Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live here on this Tuesday morning following an epic Day 1 qualifier of the NinjaTrader Arena Cup. A lot to talk about today. From that, not a lot to talk about the markets and the news. Kind of quiet, but joining me in studio, our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist, Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
Morning, Craig. And my boy, senior market strategist, Jimmy K's Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. Another glorious day here on the island, and there's nothing quiet about gold, silver, and nat gas this morning.
Yeah, no, you're right about that, Jimmy. It's a good call out there. Markets overall, though, pretty tight. Not a lot of news. I think we go right into it this morning. Shai, what was the news overnight?
Yeah, so, well, blow me away. Interesting. Coming from Bloomberg,
She's laughing before we even get to this.
Because I can't.
Deliver it. You got to deliver it. Go right in.
Well, we all know Bloomberg, so it has a plethora of articles about how we are going to have this surplus and this oil glut that just hasn't come to fruition yet. But they came out today and they said U.S. Inventory price analysis suggests that WTI's fair value is $65. No kidding. So according to how they do their comparative price inventory regression analysis, which correlates with 30-week crude averages and gasoline and diesel inventories, they say fair value is $65, and we're about 11.5% below the 65 calculation. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to necessarily get there. I was just shocked that they would actually suggest that WTI's price should be higher.
That's total crude oil nerd stuff right there, folks. That's total crude oil nerd stuff right there. She's like, ha, 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 $65. I've been saying that forever.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, so beyond that, we have the Widowmaker trade becomes the world's beater as Japan bonds sink. And so the Widowmaker trade in Japan bonds, unlike the Widowmaker trade in nat gas, the idea is that you borrow and sell Japanese government bonds in expectations of tumbling prices before buying them back and pocketing the difference. Now, this is a very risky trade, yet it seems that this trade has been one of the best, most profitable trades relative to other markets. Next was interesting. We had an analysis of the S&P 500 versus gold. Say we have some echoes of 1929, 1973, and 2008. So for the first time, the S&P 500 in ounces of gold broke down from about 1.57 times the pivot was in 1929, followed by 1973 and 2008. Now, that doesn't mean we're necessarily going to have a market crash or a recession, but it has been a leading indicator before. So just something interesting. Then we have the yen declining. It is down the most of the G10 currencies today, as BOJ officials see no urgency to hike the benchmark. Great. We do have dollar slightly up, but yen down broadly much more than any of the other G10 currencies. And last but not least, we have CBOEs looking to extend options hours in overnight trading. So they have filed a proposal with the SEC to add additional hours outside of 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. If approved, the CBOE would include a morning session from 7:30 a.m. to 9:25 a.m. and an afternoon session from 4 p.m. to 4:15 p.m.
Look, I've had many CME options on overnight, and even with liquidity in ES, it's hard to be in an options position overnight, let alone you get these. You're going to be able to drive a Mack truck in between the bid and offer.
100%.
I mean, there's just options market makers are going to be up around the clock making. I mean, that's one of those things where it's like it sounds like a good idea. Yeah, let's just get, more is not better in this situation, in my opinion, for something like that, for these stocks. But we'll see. I mean, SPX options are going to be trading at midnight. Can you imagine this?
So It'd be crazy.
Is that kind of what they're talking about with those products?
Well, I think, I think right now they're just looking to add a smaller session, but ultimately they do want them to trade around the clock.
Yeah, everybody's going that way.
And more single stock before market, right? So
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, so you got single stocks and you got
Yeah.
potentially, SPX and whatever. I mean, I don't know what products they lined up for that, but it gets interesting there. We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all doing it to compete with futures. Yeah, well, good luck. We'll see how that goes. Craig, a story overnight to me is dollar against yen. That to me is the story today, if there is anyone. Thoughts on it?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we've been talking about, can the dollar break out of this trading range? Last week you tried to kind of check back a little bit, and then today you walk in and it's strong again, DXY grinding higher. Yesterday in the equity market, just a massive vol suppression, right? We basically have VIX expiry tomorrow morning, and so we just saw constant vol selling throughout the day as front month VIX really got annihilated, and I think that was really helped the equity market. That was the bid for the equity market, and it turns out November and December VIX now are trading, or last night at the close, we're trading below the level from Friday morning the 10th before Trump's China tweet. So basically, the volatility had completely removed any of the Trump China risk from the market. Gold volatility much higher, oil volatility still much higher, bond volatility higher, dollar volatility higher, right? So you have this dynamic again where the equity market kind of trading on its own. Based on all the systematic flows and daily options and the like. But, cross-asset markets are still not entirely copacetic about this, Trump-China trade deal dynamic. And so I think as we push through the week into CPI on Friday, we may still have a fair bit of volatility and wood to chop here. There's a bunch of earnings out this morning. GE reported good numbers. GM reported good numbers. 3M reported good numbers. So, if we get that kind of dynamic where earnings are good, markets will probably like it. But if we start to see, later in the week with some of the big reporters, you got Netflix after the close today, Tesla tomorrow, and all the big tech companies next week, obviously very important, to see the dynamic here, especially without the government data. So, but dollar strength is I think is the big one here. If we get more of the dollar rally, that's going to put some headwind to the momentum of the tape. Yeah,
that was the theme of my note this morning. Right now, the equity indexes have taken this dollar move on the chin. And if this move were to get accelerated, I think that equities would turn soft today. It's just one of those things. We've seen it happen in the past. It gets pinned against that. Now, are we in negative gamma right now?
I think we're basically back into modestly neutral, but we can fall back into negative gamma, quickly if markets were to move lower. But if we move higher here, there'll be some flows the other direction, right? It's gonna be hard to break out to the upside. Dealers will be in positive gamma as we move higher.
Got it. Yeah, because that last time we had that yen move, we were in negative gamma. It was an accelerated move at the end of the day. That was that Friday. It was just like, was it 10 trading days ago, if that? And we traded all last week inside that day. But that was the big day that the dollar moved higher and markets moved lower. We're negative gamma, and everything was chased into the close. Not saying that's a possibility today if dollar continues to get pushed higher and equities start to get hurt. It's something to keep an eye on. But if the yen, euro, pound stay relatively where they are right now against the dollar, I think it's a nothing burger. It's more isolated to them. Jimmy, let's get to you. I mean, you were spot on when you talked about gold is where the volatility is. And the day traders out there, look at if you're not trading 1 ounce gold or micro ounce gold, at least taking a look at them in this environment, I don't know what to say to you. Look at, again, this is a day trader's market more than any other index you're going to follow right now. Sorry, it's just the reality. I know everyone gets so caught up in the indexes, but by far gold is where the opportunities are. Two-way tapes. Again, you got to get a feel for them. That's why there's 1 ounce micros. There's smaller products. But that is where the volatility is. Let's talk about the tape a little bit this morning. Equity index is pretty much flat across the board. S&P 6775 and change. Nasdaq 25,306. Russell's 2510. And the Dow's 46,934. Again, pretty much flat across the board. Natty gas up 1% again today. We talked about this. The natural gas market continues to be a market to keep an eye on. There's a lot going on there, and so volatility there as well. Crude oil is at 57.93, a little bit of a bounce today, but keeps chipping lower. I really do believe oil and energy markets will be the theme early next year. I don't think now is the time. Again, I'm looking for a pretty full position in oil to the long side if it were to get into the low 50s. I don't get many of those on for my swing positions. Oil to me is just, it's out of play right now, but I think it does come into play soon. There's just too much going on for oil to be this quiet. At some point, it rears its head.
It will break out.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
you know, I mean, yesterday we hit that 55 level once again, 55.96, but still dipped into 55. And markets rebounded pretty solidly against that number again.
I'd like to see it wash out once.
Me too.
That's what I'd like to see.
That's what I was going to say.
Wash out, regain it, but that's something I'm looking for. Gold, again, gold's down 100. What did we say yesterday? Right? We all talked about this. I said 4,400. That's Pax's level. He hit that target. Obviously, it was a one-dimensional day up yesterday, but I believe I look at 4,000 to 4,400 in gold. It's a two-way tape. There's going to be a lot of volatility in this range. I just don't see them going rushing to 5,000. I don't see them rushing below 4,000. But in this area, just expect a lot of movement.
Yeah, I think we're going to be a sideways market kind of in this range for a while in a consolidation phase.
Yeah.
We were kind of talking about that yesterday, which would be a good thing and to work off some of this bullishness.
Yeah. And silver this morning, I just turned gold. Gold is down 120 now, 42.42. Just broke another $15. I mean, that's just wild, man. I mean, silver
down
is
even more.
Down almost 5%. Remember when I said it was 49 bid? 47 bid.
But I just want to.
They're going to keep hitting. Listen, if you want to sell your silver bars, I'm 45 bid. And look at that's a firm bid. That'll hold through for a while.
I just want to note on silver too. It's not. It's not uncommon that we see silver making outsized moves compared to gold, just because of the nature of the way that it trades. So even though it's downward, you know, the swings in silver tend to be a lot larger than we see. Yeah,
percentage-wise for sure. So down nearly 5% at 48.89. Platinum is 15.78, down $73. Bond market up modestly. It's interesting. Bond market's up today with the dollar up. Kind of interesting about that. Keep an eye on what that does for the rest of today. What pressures? What does that mean for the market? We'll see. We'll talk more about it, Craig, in the next thing. But it's interesting to see the bond. It's not really doing much, but I'll keep an eye on it. 10 years at 3.98. And then again, dollar up against the pound at $1.3374, up against the euro $1.1642, up against the yen at 66.13.5, up against the Swissy also at 126.51.5, all half to 1%, roughly a 0.5% or greater in dollar versus currencies. Also taking a hit this morning is Bitcoin and Ethereum. Bitcoin's 108,715, Ethereum's 38.99. Jimmy, what'd you see in the tape?
Yeah, I mean, I think the most interesting thing is the gold trade right now. Mentor Q has this. Their Q scores are 5 across the board: high options action, high volatility, high momentum, a little bit of a negative seasonality to it. But one of the things that I was looking at was open interest, and over the last 3 sessions, you've seen the open interest in gold come down, be negative. In other words, there's positions being taken off the table. And in an upward moving market like this, when prices just accelerating like this, and you see that, a lot of times it's shorts trying to get out. And when shorts try to get out, they become buyers. So if I'm short, I immediately become a buyer, and that puts this upward pressure on price. And so I think we had a good tell Thursday and Friday. We're, about 7,000 contracts off the table. Not a huge amount when you have 365,000 in open interest. It's not rollover. So there is a lot of that coming out. So I'm going to keep an eye on that open interest going forward for the rest of the week to see, hey, how much downside do we have here? And we might have some.
I mean, that makes it really interesting for the rollover, right? I mean, that's where the open interest comes into play and what rollover looks like. And let me tell you something, rollover in gold can be super wild, everybody, because remember, it's physically delivered. Now, the micros and the 1 ounce are financially settled, but that doesn't mean that they won't move right with the big gold. Just understand that. But the big gold is a physically settled market that when you get near rollover in a time like this, whoo, that thing could move. And I mean big. I mean, you're talking a couple 100 points in a very short period of time when you get down to physical delivery. Craig, back to you, the dollar story, bonds, just talk about or anything you're seeing, really.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think, through the summer and the early part of this fall, we've been talking about just vol suppression everywhere, right? And what the response to that was investors chasing kind of the last great in story, right? So AI had worked first, and then we kind of moved into various other things where people tried to play catch-up trades, whether it be in quantum computing, whether it be in crypto, whether it be in precious metals, and so you kind of get that at the tail end of these volatility suppression cycles. And so as long as vol is suppressed, people feel very comfortable about having big levered positions on and chasing high speculative, high beta momentum assets. And so what happened, though, at the beginning of this month is we started to see some vol creep back into the market, and then Trump accelerated that with that, that tweet and that ratcheting up of the trade war with China. And so now we're kind of seeing the aftermath of that, right? This two-way action, this more volatile trading, a little bit more erratic trading behavior. And so I think now with the dollar is starting to recognize that there's some issues out there, right? If we don't get to a trade deal with China at the end of the month, if we don't get to a firm understanding of the data and whether or not the U.S. economy is continuing to slow down or is it stabilizing. What's the deal with the credit cycle? There's been various one-off credit things in auto lending and in other areas. Is that going to become more systemic, or is that just also one-off? And so I think the market's trying to get a little bit more information now, and we're moving into the period, it's the second half of October, which has historically been a little bit more challenging. And we have this big deadline at the end of this month. Is Trump going to meet with Xi, and is there going to be a deal? And if there is no deal, then we have an issue, right? Because tariffs are going to go up. There's going to be more uncertainty into the back half of the year. The economy is already slowing on back of that, and I think investors haven't been particularly well hedged for that because that hasn't been a risk. And so I think we're seeing that two-way tape and trading is a dynamic in play because the uncertainty. If Trump's able to make a deal and put this all behind us and put the vol back in the bottle, then we're off to the races for the end of the year. Everyone will feel very happy about that, but there's risk there. It's going to be hard to settle this deal. Besant and his counterparty are meeting this weekend in Malaysia to see if they're going to actually set up this Trump meeting at the end of the month. If that doesn't happen, be on the lookout for some risk next week into that trade meeting.
Craig, isn't there also isn't there also like a November 5th, and Shai, you might know, it's Supreme Court date, November 5th, to hear the tariff, the way the tariffs were implemented. That, in my mind, if that's true, if that November 5th date is at the Supreme Court, and I'm negotiating against the U.S., I'm going to keep that in mind in my negotiations.
Yeah. I mean, clearly, the market is the administration's Achilles heel, right? We saw how they reacted to weaker equities, weaker bonds in April, and everyone around the world saw it. So, if China's whatever China's looking to get out of this trade deal, putting some momentum to the downside on equity markets is going to lead to a better outcome for them. So, what kind of pressure will they put on them, next week into this meeting? I wouldn't put it past them to say, hey, Xi's not going to meet with Trump. Right? I mean, what would the risk be there? Equity markets would slide into next week. And so, with respect to November 5th, that's the hearings for the tariffs. We're not going to get a ruling from the Supreme Court on that day, but we're going to hear the arguments from both sides, and we're going to hear questions from the justices, and so we'll kind of get a sense for, what are they thinking on this matter? And yeah, it's possible that we will have some risk. I think there are some people who believe that if tariffs are eliminated entirely, that's going to be bullish for stocks because for some reason, the tariff implementation has been keeping the economy and keeping the market down, but it's definitely going to be bearish for bonds, right? If tariffs go away. Tariffs revenues have been a major story for the bond market strength this year. If the tariff revenues go away, the bond market's going to get destroyed. And so if that happens, how much higher are equities going to go when 10-year yields back up 30, 40 basis points? I'm not so sure that they're going to really be so happy on the second derivative effect of a tariff elimination. So
I think also we need to also factor in that we could just as well have another 90-day pause, another 90-day extension if if Xi doesn't really want to talk to Trump, for example. I don't think that Trump is going to automatically go to the 155% tariffs. Honestly, I think they'll roll it over. They'll kick the can another 3 months, and they'll have another 90-day extension. So that's also something that is on the table for them to use.
I mean, are we?
My money's on that.
My money's on that.
To be honest with you, but
I mean, the Chinese just don't move that quickly, and they don't need to. They don't want to.
I mean, Trump doesn't want the markets to fall. So he'd have to come out and say, it's okay that you're keeping these export tariff restrictions on us. We're not going to tariff you. We're just going to agree to, talk in 9 days. I totally could see him, doing that. He would have to figure out a way to message that he didn't lose this round, but he always seems to figure out a spin. So I don't think that's such an issue. But yeah, I agree with Shai. I think we're going to more likely see an extension of, the status quo. Both sides seem pretty comfortable with the status quo, right? We're collecting, the U.S. is collecting revenues. China gets to control the global supply chain and the speed with which the economy runs, and both sides seem, okay with that. Trump, at some point, is going to have to address, falling polling data in America and how strong or weak is he want to be on China. I mean, every conversation he says how great of a relationship he has with Xi. What about the American, workers? What about the American farmers? Things like that. People are kind of some of the, in the base are starting to push back against this. What are we doing here, right? Why are we favoring China again? So it's an interesting dynamic here for Trump to navigate. He typically figures it out, but there's a lot of risk, in the next 2 weeks into this meeting at the end of the month.
This is a big challenge for him. It's going to be very interesting to see how this rolls out, and I think it is what creates volatility at the end of the year. When we look at, again, the dollar move today is the theme, everybody. I can't stress this enough. And when you see a dollar bid and you got the yen down nearly 1%, with gold being down today, normally I would say gold is still a market you want to look to buy dips in. But because we've now basically have a double top around that high and 4,400-ish, dollar is up today. You got to be very careful of the unwind of what this trade has been. Because let's face it, the trade has been, we go back to Nick G, remember, Shai? Mm-hmm. He talked about it. He's like, this is really just a dollar trade where people are getting out of dollars and getting into other things, gold, Bitcoin, stocks. When you see the dollar up and you see a direct opposite correlation, a strong one with gold, with Bitcoin, hard to be a dip buyer in those markets today with a dollar bid. It just... Again, everybody, I can't stress enough that is the play today. And if equities start to fall with it, you just have to be very careful because it's a play for people to be in cash. And that's the thinking, right? They're like, look, I want to get into cash. I'm going to buy dollars. I'm going to sell these other things. I'm going to sell gold. I'm going to sell some stocks. I'm going to sell some of my Bitcoin. I'm going to go back to raising cash. And so when that becomes a theme, that has been a very powerful theme that you don't fade intraday. Right. And it goes into the bell. And so with gold, I'm not saying that that's going to happen today, but it's one of those things. If the dollar stays bid, you don't want to fade things that are counter against the dollar today, period. They may be things to fade tomorrow, but not today. We have 2 minutes before we get to Jimmy's Edge Report, a minute each. Shai, maybe talk a little bit about energy. I'm curious, anything energy or anything else related before we let you go today?
So for energy, I mean... Crude is still not moving again. I would love to see a washout and get below that 55 for a buy. I mean, we are, pretty well oversold, but again, I'd like to see a washout, and I would then start looking for a swing position in that. But again, 2026 story. Now, I guess, totally different market than oil. We're getting kind of, we had a lot of shorts in that market. So over the last 2 days, we're kind of getting a bit of short squeeze because of colder winter, because of exports are so high. But, I don't expect any crazy breakout to the upside in natural gas. I think it stays, range bound.
Got it. Craig, a minute to go. Final thoughts for today.
Yeah, keep an eye on the VIX. Tomorrow, VIX expiry, we had a backwardated market, in VIX, through Friday and into yesterday. The VIX got destroyed yesterday. Market's back into contango again. A lot of risk between now and the end of the year still, between the CPI on Friday, the Fed meeting next week, this China trade deal talk. I don't think the VIX is going to have, a lot of momentum here to the downside with all this uncertainty. And so that might prevent some of the re-leveraging of systematic flows back into the tape here. So keep it on the VIX into tomorrow. And if we start to see the VIX stabilize and, not making new lows as the tape's making highs, that negative type of divergence, I think, is, foreboding, particularly in light of the dollar strength and, some of the forced deleveraging that goes on when you have this volatility in precious metals and other areas and people are being forced to take down exposures. That's dollar strength, right? That's banks are, contracting lending as they see more volatile markets. They want to get more collateral in the doors. And so that's the type of dollar move that can surprise people.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the VIX isn't bumping up a little bit more here. There's just too many things right now in front of us for the VIX to be sitting here like this. Again, this will be it's a conversation we talk about throughout the rest of the day and throughout the rest of the week. But we're going to get ready to go to Jimmy's Edge Report. Got to say good morning to Chet. Didn't get a chance to say good morning to all of you. Hope you're all doing great. It's funny, we had an amazing day yesterday with NinjaTrader Arena Cup. The support we've had from that has been absolutely fantastic. We'll talk more about that throughout the morning. But I just wanted to thank you guys so much. We just hit 150,000 followers just 7 or 8 trading days ago, and we're already at 152,000. Hit like and subscribe. Again, we appreciate you all. All right, it's about that time. Let's send it over to Jimmy for this morning's Edge Report.
All right, let's keep it rolling with the gold just to kind of put this in perspective. And I agree with everything that Anthony said today. I mean, look at this sell-off here. I mean, it's been extreme, right? We've gone down a lot, but I do want to warn you, don't think it can't go down any lower. It certainly can go down lower. The volume profile is kind of wonky. We have a little bit of a volume node approximately at the bottom of the value area right here, 4280. But there are targets, right? We hit previous sessions lows. We just wicked through that a second ago. And then we do have an S2 level down here, which is on my radar screen. It's approximately 4165. And a little bit below that, we have that Mentor Q blind spot 4. Love the blind spots, 4134-ish. Below that, there's a lot of empty void here as well. So we broke through every single Jax level you could think of so far on the session. So it's looking a little bit negative for gold today. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin, though, since we are talking about that in relationship to correlations. A negative gamma situation right now, according to Mentor Q. We're testing the support area right now, and that's about 108,500 on a daily. Moving averages aren't looking that great. The 21 is about to cross under the 50, which is relatively negative, and the ADMA is sloping pretty heavily downward. Stochastics, yeah, we're kind of scraping the barrel here on the stochastics. Intraday, we do have some good targets, though. Got a little bit of a bid after this big sell-off pre-market. London initial balance, nothing happened, kind of went sideways for a long period of time, generating this really nice point of control down here at 108, 165, just below that 108, 500 number I just mentioned. But a little bit of a bid, and we broke over the session VWAP, and we broke over that 0 DTE gamma wall right now at 109, 109,000. So we'll see if this holds or not. But right now, anything can go with the Bitcoin. Let's shoot over the Treasury bonds. The 30-year Treasury bonds are, well, surprisingly strong. Let's just put it that way. Last time I checked, the cash yields, we're approaching that 4.5% on the 30-year. We hit a 3 handle on the 10-year for the cash yield. And look at where we're at now. We're at 119 handle right now, 9 handle, as you would say, on this, and climbing. This is looking relatively bullish today. Moving averages are sloping up nicely here, and we haven't had a big retracement since we broke this kind of double top. If you kind of squint a little bit, you'll see a double top. Longer term support's way down here at 118,000, so we got some room to go there as well. Just kind of moving over to intraday here, really tight range so far as you would expect in bonds. Point of control at 118.29, but we're trying to make new highs right now. The London initial balance high was at 05. So there's some further targets up here. We got R2 and got that 1-day max, should things get a little out of control, 119 and 15.30 seconds with Jax 3, 1 tick above that. Let's take a peek at the Nasdaq really quickly here. Come on, markets. Come on, mouse. Where you at? This is interesting. I was talking to Farm about this over the weekend. This is the contract volume profile. So when we rolled, I threw a volume profile onto the contract daily chart, and we have a really nice kind of Gaussian distribution here on the volume. This is what a volume profile should look like, with the point of control all the way down here, 24,830. But there's no retracement in sight. I mean, we just keep moving. Today, we're just kind of stalled. Baby candle at the top of the range right now. A double top right now. You don't have to use your imagination. It's a double top right now. We'll see if that resistance holds and is sticky, or we break on through on the upside. Anything could happen, but there are some retracement targets too. So I would take a peek at those volume nodes that you see periodically on this distribution. Intraday, really quickly here, where we at? We're right at VWAP, session VWAP. Not surprised about that. We'll see if we move. The volume profile for the session is very immature right now. I'm not ready to comment on that, but a little bit of recovery in motion right here intraday. But I don't know. We're not 50% back. That is today's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Next up, we have Giovanni from CME Group, Global Head of Cryptocurrency Products. Let's bring Giovanni in.
Hey, Anthony, thank you for having me on the show.
Good morning, Gio. How you doing?
Doing well, thank you. Hope you are too.
I'm doing great. Let's talk about cryptocurrency products, of course. Today's a big day, actually, for cryptocurrency products because you have a big move against the dollar right now. We talked about this morning. I don't know if you caught any of it. We had a dollar move higher. You're seeing all of the major currencies move against it. Big talks against the yen. Is that's down nearly 1%. But when we see these big dollar moves higher or lower, we're seeing cryptocurrencies get moved just as well. And you're seeing Bitcoin this morning down to 109,000, ETH around 3,900. Talk to us about the role that CME Group has played by adding the cryptocurrency segment into futures.
Yeah, for sure. You know, at CME, we see regulated futures as the institutional backbone of digital assets. You know, when we launched Bitcoin futures back in 2017, it really helped bring credibility and structure to the space. You know, today, our suite, which now includes Bitcoin, Ether, Solana, and XRP, launched more recently, is averaging over $14 billion a day in notional trading, really offering both institutional and individual investors really deep and reliable liquidity. These products deliver transparency, price discovery, and capital efficiencies, you know, the same core benefits that define our more mature financial markets. In many ways, our regulated cash-settled futures are really like the trust layer of crypto. They make digital assets investable at scale, and will continue to attract new participants and expand and help expand the broader ecosystem.
I want to talk about institutional participation because obviously in order to become a product at CME Group, you need to have institutional participation. How has that set the tone with Bitcoin and Ethereum to now add, like you mentioned, Solana, XRP, and how does that set the stage for future crypto assets?
Yeah, I think you know, one of the biggest insights that that we've seen since we've been in market in this space is just really how varied institutional demand can be once you really have that right infrastructure in place. We've seen traditional firms approach Bitcoin and Ether futures primarily through a risk management lens, using them primarily for hedging, while others employ them for basis trading, liquidity provision, and macro-driven directional views, and even speculation. That diversity has really reinforced the importance of flexibility and contract design, which is why we offer multiple contract sizes, multiple expiries, and both futures and options to really help the marketplace support a wide range of views. I think another key takeaway is really that transparency, regulation, and operational familiarity matter as much as the underlying asset itself. Institutions have really responded positively to products that clear through established mechanisms and which can integrate seamlessly into existing workflows. Those lessons continue to guide us as we expand our crypto suite. We're seeing strong both institutional and individual interest beyond Bitcoin and Ether. and our recently launched Solana and XRP futures have been our fastest growing contracts at the exchange, trading close to 70 billion since launch earlier this year and surpassing 1 billion in open interest in record time. Now, the rapid adoption of these contracts really highlights an evolving ecosystem where new products are growing alongside their ETF counterparts, a dynamic that's really helping to accelerate market growth. For example, if we look at how Bitcoin and Ether futures, they didn't have the benefit coming to the market alongside futures-based ETFs, as both Solana and XRP have. The presence of both futures and ETFs for Solana and XRP have really helped both products grow more quickly. Additionally, we're seeing greater use of traditional mechanisms such as TAS, traded settlement, BTIC, basis traded index close, and EFPs, exchange for physical, as participants grow more sophisticated in how they express and look to manage their crypto exposure.
So how do you prioritize which assets would come next? Obviously, I didn't know the growth of Sol and XRP was as strong as it was. I was reading some things about it. We'll talk about like the notional open interest, which was pretty crazy to me, but I didn't know how much they had grown in such a short period of time. So how are you prioritizing which assets or product features you're going to bring up next?
Yeah, the growth of both Solana and XRP has really been tremendous. I mean, we only launched Solana in March of this year and XRP in May of this year. You know, in general, we take a client-led approach when deciding what to bring to market next. Ultimately, it really comes down to where we see consistent institutional grade liquidity developing in the underlying spot markets, and where clients are ready to express interest in risk management tools. Before listing any new product, we look for a few things. First, we need client demand. We need to see depth and transparency in the underlying market. We need to see a diverse participant base on both sides of the trade, and really a clear use case, whether that's hedging, basis trading, or even speculation. We also listen closely to client feedback from dealers, hedge funds, retail platforms, asset managers, to really understand what products would be most impactful to their portfolios, and for input on product design. That's why Solana and XRP were really natural steps for us, as clients were already active and the markets had matured enough to support additional robust futures. That same philosophy applies to product features. The growth of our options suite, the expansion of contract sizes, and the adoption of tools like BTIC and TAS are all guided, say, by clients and how they actually trade. And as market matures, we'll continue to innovate, but always in a way that supports transparency, capital efficiency, and institutional confidence in the asset class.
How well have the options markets done in the cryptocurrency space?
So the options market, we look at futures, we're seeing really strong growth in futures, right? Where futures, like I mentioned earlier, trading north of about $14 billion a day. We see the options market developing, albeit a bit slowly. Look, in general, the options market across crypto tends to be smaller than some of the other products, such as futures and other products that trade on some of the unregulated platforms. In our markets, we're seeing options volume across our suite of options on Bitcoin, Ether, Solana, and XRP, trading upwards of about $300 million a day. Recently, we saw a record open interest exceeding 7 billion. So we're actually seeing, say, more participants come in, and as the space matures, we're beginning to see more institutional interest and adoption in additional hedging tools, trading tools, such as options.
Now, that's good to hear. I think that more traders should definitely be looking at the options. I think a lot of people, when they look at crypto and then they look at crypto futures, they almost don't even acknowledge that they even exist. And so that's why I wanted to talk about it and bring more awareness to it. So I was reading the other day, the growth in volume and open interest you reported, you had nearly 39 billion notional open interest as of September of 2025. I found that to be really an extraordinary number. And I'm curious how you're thinking about risk management in this business, managing crypto volatility, margins, and you also are talking about how does 24/7 trading impact the framework?
Yeah, so risk management has always been foundation of our model, right? And that's no different for crypto. As open interest and participation have grown, we remain focused on maintaining those same robust safeguards that apply across all our markets. And that would be things like daily settlement, rigorous margining, and really a well-tested default waterfall. Now, the higher volatility in crypto simply means our risk models and margin frameworks have to be more responsive, and they are. We continuously calibrate them to reflect realized and implied volatility in those underlying assets. And I think a good case in point is what we observed just last week when more than $19 billion in value was wiped out due to auto liquidations across both centralized and decentralized unregulated platforms. That de facto deleveraging really caused open interest on those venues to fall fairly sharply. In contrast, our market's open interest has actually grown, and it's grown more than 20% in contract terms since the weekend of October 10th. Today, CME is number one in futures open interest across every cryptocurrency on which we list futures. Now, we've led in Bitcoin open interest since November of 2023, and now also lead in Ether, Solana, and XRP. This is really a reflection of both institutional and individual participation, or individual participants turning to our trusted markets, which offer them safeguards that are not available elsewhere. That includes mutualized risk management and segregated customer accounts. On the operational side, clearing remains fully integrated within CME's broader infrastructure. So client protections and capital standards are consistent across all our asset classes. And as for 24/7, crypto is certainly unique. And we see our expansion into round-the-clock trading for crypto as really a natural evolution. Cryptocurrency market is 24/7, and we really need to empower our clients with that ability to manage risk in real time whenever and at whatever time they need to, ensuring that our market participants can confidently manage risk in a market that never sleeps.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense. At some point, I figured that would be the evolution with them open the way that they are. And that's why I talked about managing that risk, because when you have a big move over the weekend, you've got the gap up on Sunday night with the futures and all that. Last question. How much of this is institutional versus retail? Because I can see why institutional open interest is growing a lot, right? We get the second accounts, as you mentioned. And for them, they're just more comfortable probably having money holding Bitcoin or Ethereum in futures accounts with clearinghouses versus holding spot on some other places. And so I could see that evolution and that balance. But how much of that is institutional? Are you seeing that same growth in retail? Because to me, I think a lot of retail that I see still is very focused on spot.
Yeah, no, great question. I think that we've seen, the participant mix in our space broadening meaningfully. I think early on, most activity really came from liquidity providers, crypto native firms, and dedicated crypto funds. But as the market evolved, especially with the introduction of ETFs, we really started to see a wave of hedge funds, particularly relative value players, engaging through popular basis trading. Now, as liquidity has deepened and the market has matured, those same funds now are expanding into more traditional strategies like statistical arbitrage and even taking outright directional views. We see asset managers beginning to use our products to manage exposure and hedge risk. And we're also seeing banks more actively trading our crypto futures and options to hedge structured products. We're even starting to see or starting conversations with DApps or digital asset treasury companies about using our products for yield, hedging, and as well as access. Now, when we look at retail in the space, we've seen retail also expand. For example, we list both large and micro-size retail contracts. Our micro-size contracts are size where they're very accessible for retail market participants. In 2023, On Bitcoin futures, we averaged about $30 million a day across our micro contract. That grew in 2024 to over $700 million per day and continues at that space today. So we've really seen a more than doubling in terms of say retail participation in the space, and that holds true for both our Ether as well as our recently launched Solana and XRP contracts. So really, the evolution tells a story that really crypto has moved from a speculative asset to now a more strategic asset.
No doubt. One of the ways that I use futures is I've been continuing to add to an Ethereum position, and if I don't want to sit in the volatility that's going to potentially take ETH lower. I hope it's not happening anytime soon because I've been buying ETH. But I go to the futures because I'll keep the spot position and I'll sell some futures against it because if I'm like, look, if ETH is going to start getting cracked here, I'm going to short some futures. And it's so much easier to short the ETH futures than it is to just go in and try and sell your ETH. And I'm not working stops and spot. And so I think I could see a lot more retail even understanding it from the hedging perspective, especially when you get into less expensive products like Solana and XRP. Those are products where a lot of people probably want to hold spot for a longer term investment or whatever they're looking at using it for. Speculative doesn't matter. That you can go to the futures to manage that volatility because you're obviously going to be continuing to add to some of those positions, and futures are so much easier to short. And I think having retail understand that, I think gets them more and more involved in futures markets. Gio, it's always a pleasure to speak with you. Love getting inside and see what's going on with the exchanges and the products. It's always a pleasure. Everybody, Giovanni Vicioso. Follow him on CME Group and everything that he's doing there. Giovanni, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much for having me on the show.
All right, we go right to farm. He just comes right in there, hot, man. That was great. Everybody, just a quick kind of thought process about, crypto futures. Again, look, it's a time right now where I talked about this dollar trade. When you have big dollar movements, you're going to have big moves in crypto futures. A lot of you are sitting there trading the indexes. Indexes are pretty flat today. I continue to say, you heard Gio talk about all the different products that CME Group offers, from Bitcoin futures down to micro futures. They've got basis trades. They've got Friday futures for Bitcoin, which expire every week. There's all sorts of different ways to trade it. For me, I always have kind of been a spot trader when it comes to crypto, but I love the futures during times where, again, like days like today, where the dollar is up strong. If Bitcoin and Ethereum start to get cracked, I look at that as an opportunity where even if I sold Bitcoin or Ethereum, I hold them in spot. I'm really kind of like not that short, but I'm short against my position. So even if I look at it as if I'm wrong on the short, I'm still making money in the spot. And you have the ability to precisely manage that position with the different products that are available at CME Group. It's just something I wanted to point out before I got to you, Farm. But that was that. And here you are. Good morning. You got the NT Live hat on, the NT Live shirt. I got my NT Live hoodie on today, as that's on this side. You look in the camera. It's the opposite, Anthony. You should know that by now. Yeah. So great to see you last week. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Again, this morning the theme is the dollar against crypto, against currencies, and equities are a little quiet. It's a dollar against gold. Let's dig right into the charts this morning. Let's take a look. So this morning when I came in, the main thing that I was looking at was the yen. And I'm going to pull up the yen chart here just to start. And the yen has just been getting really kind of clobbered up against the dollar. And when I look at the yen, it's broke out weekly lows. It's actually looking like it's almost possibly headed for multi-year lows. Not too far from now. It's not far from here much at all. But if it does get down there, it gets very interesting to see what that looks like and how much of that dollar move starts to impact equities. We've had some big moves when the yen is getting really clobbered and the equity markets have gone with that as a big dollar move has been pushed higher. And I look at this yen move and say, I look at COT data, of course, to start to kind of see how everyone's positioned. And it's not overly positioned here one way or the other. It's actually quite balanced. So I don't see anything specifically coming out of that. It was pretty much kind of really at the peak that it had been back in May, and it's since then the positions have just been unwind on both sides. But I look at that weekly low, 65.65 in the yen. If that were to get taken out in the next couple of sessions, people forget, when you go back to S&P, I'm actually going to have to go back to a daily here. If you go back to S&P, when this move happened here, that was a day where the yen took a big hit and the dollar had the big move higher. And that is something to keep an eye on. We're nowhere near looking like that right now. I think when I look at equities, they look bullish to me. But nonetheless, that's what kind of triggered that. And I'd be very curious to see what happens if the yen starts taking out those lows on a bigger picture basis. It's just something I want to put on people's radar to keep an eye on. I don't see that as a big deal today, but I do think it's something to watch going forward. When I look at what's happening in equities today, and we'll stay on here, again, 67.20 to 25 was an area you and I talked about not too long ago. It's a big area for PACs as well. We're well above that. We're sitting up here, back to drifting higher. It's hard to see any reason other than higher, but that's why you got to go out and trade the days for what they are. I think today's a little bit of a struggle, probably because the dollar moved, but volatility has just got us totally trapped. We're still inside. Let's not forget, we're still inside that big move from that one day. And it's kind of crazy even to think that, Farm, that we had this one big move down and we've now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trading sessions all inside that day. And so it's perspective, right? That's what I try to bring. I'm not sitting here scalping anymore, so I'd like to bring perspective. We're still in that range as well in the Nasdaq, too. We're just in that same range. Now, we start getting outside that range, especially in a day where I think that the dollar strength should cause some weakness. I think that sparks a decent move higher in equities. I think if equities do make a higher high across the board in Nasdaq and S&P today, that is not a move I would fade. I think the opposite would be if we started to fade lower and we didn't make a higher high and dollar stayed bid. That's not a move I would fade today because I think there's a lot of wiggle room back into range and there's some wiggle room out of range. And so, again, it's a day where I think you could have a potentially trend day setting up. So I think it's careful against the intraday trend for whatever that brings us. We'll have to wait and see. Talk gold, and I'm going to hand it over to you. Gold, to me, looks toppy. Not long-term top, but short-term top. And here's what I see in gold. Gold moving averages have been straight up. We're finally coming back into them a little bit. So I think it's going to be very choppy if we start to come back down any further than we are right now. But when I look what happens in gold here, with the Bollinger Bands, anytime I start to see them get a little sloppy like this, and they're not turning over yet, they're still staying expanding to the outside, but the bottom one is starting to come back inward. I think that we are in mean reversion consolidation here in gold very soon. And it's already starting to trigger a potential setup in my beacon indicator. It's not quite there yet. We have to see a daily close below 41.76 to call for probably 4,000 to 39.50. I don't see that yet. I think the bulls still have the edge to potentially work their way through it. But with a strong dollar today, gold is weak. Be very careful, everybody, again, fading it. It's a day where, because the dollar is up, if we start to see any trend days set up that are either counter to the dollar or they're actually going to start going with the dollar, and when you would expect the opposite to happen, like in equities, just don't fade them. I almost potentially see trend days setting up in equity today. So we'll see. That's my thought initially on equities. What do you've got?
Yeah, I think intermediate term or intermediate picture, I think looking at FX volatility is probably important, right? It tends to blend with equity volatility, bond market volatility. They sort of all come together, right? And I guess something I'm going to keep in the back of my mind the next couple of days is that, like, okay, the VIX got stomped the last couple of days, and now we're seeing some moves in currencies. And I don't know, we just need to keep an open mind that volatility maybe isn't quite done. But you're absolutely right. Things look constructive. I agree on gold. I took a little short on like Friday and, covered some and round trip the rest. wasn't super interested in, shorting it just yet, but I think you're right. Looking at it here, it looks a bit toppy, and I'm going to have to chart that out properly. So we'll see how that goes. Equities, I started with NQ because it's a little bit cleaner, at least with the overnight session. So first backing up, like you said, we are still inside that massive mother bar candle from the 10th. And then coming into this week, we had an inside day on Friday, inside of an inside week. And we cracked the inside day Friday. We actually opened on a true gap well above that in the case of NQ. And then made a run for the inside week high, which was this 179.5, cracked that inside week high. We basically test range highs. So that's where we're at, right? So we came in there yesterday. And now overnight, during Asia, we, kind of peaked above yesterday's high and then got sucked back down. To me, like really all that matters to me today is yesterday's B period single prints. And so if I kind of zoom in here on the 30, you can see right here, it is not these levels. This is my weekly 253, 269 level. The singles are more like 240 to 260, I believe. And so to me, for this, look above and fail of yesterday's high to have, kind of any bearish potential, we're going to need to see sellers get through these singles and ultimately make a run for yesterday's low. I mean, we've seen a lot of these like kind of bearish setups, not yield bearish results much of this year. And this is, I would say, a kind of bearish setup. The protection of these B period singles is very, very key to me today. So if we do come in and, for whatever reason, if it's, the currency markets or, whatever it is that causes some volatility and we give back these singles, I start to get a little bit concerned about this move. And then we look for the inside week high, which is going to be critical to sustain. And then, of course, yesterday's low. I don't think you want to be giving back yesterday's low. Outside of that, if we do break to the upside, like you said, I mean, if there's a sustained break above Friday's high, then just, cover your sell button, right? For a while anyways. If we come up and we pop those highs, remember, it was not a good high. NQ as an ETH high, ES as an ETH high as well. They're also relatively equal. Like it's not a good high, right? If you were to like call a top, but we still have to respect range high until proven otherwise, right? So, if we did pop those highs, fail back into range, and then again, find some traction through these singles and, okay, fine. But to me, the spot to work against is these single prints, which is basically the overnight low on NQ. ES did not quite make it there, which I wonder if maybe it does during cash. In which case it's going to push NQ a little bit deeper into those singles. So that to me is a spot to work against if you're looking to be long. That's the spot. If you're short, you're covering some there at least. And then maybe you can get a little bit excited if we get through 240s. There is still those like some minor demand sitting below there that could just end up with a look below and fail. So for like NQ, I would be looking, to potentially come in here and get a failed push below the overnight low and take that back the other way, at least back up maybe to this 313, 325 spot. So I mentioned that ES, not quite there. I'll flip over to the 30. So the ES singles, I want to say like 54 3/4 to 58, something like that. I basically am just going to use my 57 to 60 weekly spot as a proxy for that, but aware that we could get a push to fill in these singles. So again, that's the big spot to me. So if I'm looking to be long, I'm going to work against that spot. I'm going to get a little bit cautious if it doesn't hold. And similarly, if we come down here, so the overnight low didn't quite make it there on ES. And again, I'm still kind of wondering if it does. There is, again, some demand that caused these singles sitting just below there. That could cause potentially a little bit of a trap. But I really want to see these singles hold. And I start to get a little bit concerned that we've gotten a retest of the top of range and failed if we give back these singles. The inside week high is like right here on ES. And so these singles are even more important, I would say, on ES because of the fact that we would be giving back the inside week high. You do not want to give back the inside week high. This 41 to 44 spot then becomes absolutely critical to me on ES. That to me, that the reclaim of 41 to 44 was the retest, provides the retest of all-time high. It did that. Giving it back would be a problem. And then again, ultimately you have to give back a prior day's low at this point. And that would sort of confirm this as you know, we still have mother bar problems, and this might take a while to get out of that Friday range. So that's where I'm at today. All about the single prints from yesterday and B period.
Again, showing inside the daily candles what's happening with volume profile is key. And when you look at this, I agree with you. I mean, if it holds those areas, again, I think that, you know, equities, again, volatility has been sucked out of the market. Market's really just putting the Heisman to anything that's going on in gold and other areas of the market. Like I said, crypto down today, and it's just kind of doing its own thing this morning. If I see that area hold, hard to want to fade or against it. One of the things I want to comment on, people were talking about, or someone in the chat put, saying that the equity markets, let me read the exact comment too, because I thought strong dollar does not equate to S&P weakness. Run some data from Cullen. And the point is that I don't need to run data on certain things. I've been doing this a long time, and a lot of times you'll look at things that don't necessarily need data, but they're understanding market environments. Sometimes it's a cash raise, a cash raise. And so when I see markets running into dollar and they're running out of other assets, sometimes I'll come in and I'll sell stocks too. And so my point is I look at that as a market environment situation, not as an actual strategy. It's just understanding nuance. And it's context and nuance. What's happening in the market today that all of a sudden you're going, well, why are we going down with any sort of velocity, or why are we going up with any sort of velocity? A lot of times it'll be triggered by something else. So one thing I always look at as a trader is, in order to become a successful trader in my career, I've always learned that I have to understand the context and nuance of days. I have to come in and sometimes look beyond the charts if something is happening somewhere else and how that would play into the day. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't need sometimes to be right per se. I don't even need data. I just need to understand that I've seen this type of movie before, and if it comes into play, I'm aware of it, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. I mean, that's just kind of the way it is. So when I look at things, I think as you go through time as a trader, you develop that intuition from seeing things like that. And again, today markets don't care about it, but they may at some point, and you got to be like, okay, kind of what's going on here? Why is this potentially happening? And that's the way I look at things. Especially like with the gold market versus the dollar today, I do think that is definitely an important thing to note, that when the dollar is up today against the yen, against the euro, against the Swissy, and you're seeing gold going down, hard to turn around in that day unless you start to see the dollar turn around. Now, gold could get oversold and all of a sudden have a massive bounce for sure, but it's a day where it kind of stays pinned because it's like we're selling this and we're buying this. And a lot of times those trends stay at least for the day. If they go beyond that, we don't know. But again, context and nuance. Farm, again, great seeing you. Last week I had an absolute blast. Greg, you look great in the gear, man. I mean, especially that hat, man. Just looking great on you. And I can't wait for the next meetup. And thank you again for being with us this morning.
Yeah, you have a good day, Deli.
All right, everybody. Busy morning so far for us. Not so much in the markets. Again, when you see what's happening in equity indexes, pretty tight day. I put in my morning note this morning, small and smart. That's all what it comes down to, because when you get equity indexes the way that they are right now, where we just saw what was happening with farm, and we see that, look, at ranges are a little bit tight, watch some key areas. That's what it's all about. You know, right now we're not seeing a ton of volatility. Come in, set the tone for the day. Don't be in a big rush. And that reminds me, it's Tuesday. What happens on Tuesday? Well, we've got Merritt Black, we've got Christian Trading Boxes, we call it Black Boxes here on the network. And these are two guys that come in each and every week, and we're going to go over it in just a moment, and understand the importance of their preparation, because their preparation is what leads to their patience and what leads to their discipline. Everybody talks about patience and discipline, but it starts with your preparation. It starts in the belief system of your strategy and the work you've put in before you get to the screens. So it's about that time. Let's get ready to trade the open with Merritt Black and Christian Trading Boxes. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey, morning, Deli.
I mean, how much fun did we have? I mean, Merritt, you and I laughed so hard. I had tears. I had pains in my stomach. We were laughing so hard.
Every time, man. Yeah. You know how to host people, you really do. You did such a good job of just showing everyone a good time and being so generous. And I mean, it was just, and we had so much fun, man. I knew that it was a great crew at Ninja. I didn't know it was that great. I'm going to be honest, like getting to be around everyone in person and hang out. It was just, I knew it was good, but it's such a great crew that you've assembled. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, I second that. Yeah, a great experience. You were such a great host, and everything was just great about it. I'm looking forward to the next one.
I'm still a little pissed about the whole arm wrestling thing, and I'm sure you are too, because I know you lost a little bit of cash on that, and I'm sorry.
I lost money too.
I'm sorry, Coach. But
you let a lot of people down.
Let me tell you this. Never doubt Jared Tendler. That dude is a beast. He's good at everything.
He is.
I mean, this guy is good at everything. He's good at pickleball. He's good at tennis. He's great at golf. I mean, we know how talented he is in our space, but that guy, he came out firing, Merritt.
One thing I actually started to consider, hopefully not to derail the conversation too much, but I think he might be a sandbagger.
I mean, he was a plus 5.
Plus 1,
he had
and he's
5 birdies on the front.
On the front. We got to get Yip Strickler in here.
It was unbelievable. It was so much fun. I wish I had more time to spend with all of you because I like you guys said, it was the group isn't good. It's great. And I really do cherish all the time I have with all of you guys in person. I love being with you guys on the network as well. And it comes through in the chat. You could see it. It comes through in everybody that's watching us and knows that there's a bond with this group that goes beyond the screens. And so it was just a great moment for us to all get together, different parts of the country all coming together. We missed our boy Leo. He was the only one that wasn't able to make it, but we'll see him soon. And yeah, man, don't go. I know how to throw a party, and get ready for the next one. I'm already thinking about what's going to be, but we got to move on. We got to talk about some charts today. Every week, but lately we've been starting with Merritt. We're going to start with you this week, Chris. Let's go to see what you're looking at. So we talked about how markets are pretty quiet today, and again, I say this all the time. And when it comes to intraday trend trading and just in trend trading in general, I have not seen anyone showcase skills, at least on this network, really in my own personal experiences as well, better than you. What are you looking at coming into today?
Yeah, so I'm actually looking at corn today.
No way.
Wait, what?
I'm just kidding.
What?
Oh, man, I was so excited. You dog.
I'm just kidding, guys.
Looking at the
corn. What am I going to do with the corn here?
Corn's actually in a decent setup.
Me and Jared,
like,
Jack, we're like, yeah. Corn.
I just had to pull that out. All right. So look, I think last week we were talking about how we were in this daily wedge sort of consolidation, right? We broke out of that yesterday. It was fantastic rally all day. It's just that's really like I'm a trend follower. I was extremely aggressive. It was fantastic. But so we've broken out of that in both ES and NQ. NQ corrected overnight. Its first sort of area of support was Friday's, not last Friday's, but Friday's the 10th breakdown. We can see that very clearly here. It was resistance, support. Guess what? We broke above it, and then overnight we just tested that and are bouncing. So if we can hold that, we can push up higher. If that ends up giving out during the day, then we can go test that prior week high, 120s area, and then see if that stronger structural support holds and bounces back up. If not, we start to see a little bit of sellers taking place, and we move back down into the breakout area of both this box and wedge at around 25,000. That's been a good level. Now, as far as the hourly trade plan for today, my first scenario already played out, which was a pullback into the 250s area. We're seeing a bounce from that. We want to see maybe if it'll, I think you brought up that it might be slow because of the dollar going up. That can be a little bit of a longer consolidation. Maybe price wants to consolidate yesterday's gains a bit longer and give us a correction through time instead of a correction through price. If so, we can sort of ping pong around here between 250s to 330s in NQ. In ES, that would be around 67, 65, 68-ish. to 67.80. So we can ping pong here. If we do see a rise higher and we hold 330s in NQ, we're so close to all-time highs that we can just push up into that area at 394 to 410s. If eventually we do lose that 250s area here, this overnight low, then I can see us moving back lower into prior week highs to test that. Or if that does not hold, then the 110 support, where we have a lot of strong support there. Of course, if that doesn't hold, then we are most likely going to get a full back test of this large consolidation breakout at 950s, 960s to 25,000. A little bit of the same for ES. We want 67.60s to hold. If now we pull back to 67.43, where I would imagine we bounce from there. If not, price wants to do a full back test of the breakout at the 67.18.25 area. But we're in an uptrend. Yesterday was day one of a possible new uptrend from the consolidation we were in. So I know we have earnings coming up, and I think we have CPI on Friday. I can't remember if it's CPI or something else, but we have a news heavy week, and so we just have to. I have to lean with the higher time frame trend and see what we can get throughout the week.
Do we have those data releases, or is that a thing again, or is that not?
Yeah, CPI has moved to Friday, and so
Okay, but
Pax
it
will
will
have
be
it on
released.
his
Okay.
session. It will be, yeah. I
Is
forget
that a non-government
the crew.
agency that releases that?
I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Craig and Shai talked about that earlier this week as to why it has to come out. There was reasons for it. I'm assuming it still is a government report because obviously the Fed's looking at it. So but I don't necessarily know the exact implications or reasons why it comes out. Shai will probably put in chat and correct us. But
Okay, cool.
that's why we've got them, guys. I lean on them for that stuff. I ask them questions all day long. Merritt, I'm curious to see what you're looking at today because I know the equity indexes look kind of slow, and you even said when Chris said corn, you're like, it could be a setup there. So I know you've looked at other markets. Curious what you're seeing today.
Well, I'm looking at corn here. It is in a bearish position overall. So corn has gotten killed, right? A lot of ags have gotten killed this year. It is in, and Chris, you'll know what this means, a downtrend. And this 422 area is really, really key for that. The only thing I don't like about it is if you look at this 30-minute chart with my weekly profiles and weekly DVA, you see how it's stacking in kind of multiple highs here. It's almost like a quadruple top, if you will. I hate to see that. You guys know I talk about that theme over and over and over. A lack of excess, a poor high. It's not a really good-looking high, but that is the only factor in terms of that area of that highs being a place to short this for trend continuation. We're talking being able to go from right now, we're at 422 down to 413, 406, and new lows for the year into the high 300s. So this has been a really good trend. It's below value from last year, and it's a continuation play. So it's definitely something I have my eye on. You're right, though, Deli. Compared to the S&P, we have this bad boy right here, gold. And as you know, I've been the boy who cried wolf every week. Gold's parabolic. This can't sustain, blah, blah, blah. Well, now we've got a crack, right? Now it's actually, we can play the right side of the V, right? We can play, as we called it at S&B, the back side of the trade. So we're now in the backside of a gold break. Sure, could it find support somewhere and continue higher? Yes, of course it can. Anything can happen. But from my experience, as crazy as gold has been, and this is just such a classic pattern. You see it on the daily chart. The bearish bar totally engulfs the craziest bullish bar that we had up at the top, right? And not only that, but there's an element of breadth to it, if you will. If you look at silver, it cracked first and started to hold below some areas that were important. So look, gold, or as Crudele says, look at gold could crack down to 3,900, right? We're at 4,200. Yep. It could crack to 3,900, and I'm being like conservative and maintain an uptrend, more of a healthy uptrend, right? So there's just a lot of room for this thing to mean revert. We got above the second standard deviation for the year, and then we started to hold even beyond that. So the second standard deviation is at 4,100. We could pull back to 4,100 like without even trying. So I'm looking at gold. Short term, I did take a little short here somewhere pre-market. I forget where it was. It was just cracking into a new low. But now you see how it's settled into this little short-term grind. I'm not as much of a fan of that. You see where my kind of algo signals are. It's in everywhere we get a nice up little pullback. So I'm going to be looking for little small pullbacks to short some gold unless something really, really changes. And then I'll keep my eye on S&P as usual for scalps once we open up.
Yeah, I mean, I have not talked much about being bearish gold up until the last couple sessions, and that 4,400 mark was where Pax had talked about, where he said that's where the swing is complete. And I always look at his big picture levels; they're very, very good. And then I started looking at my stuff, and I'm like, okay, we've now had basically a triple top up there. We've now had, which they say there's no such thing, but I in a market that is as volatile as this is, when it can't push through it, and I see that rotation with the Bollinger Band starting to round out. It's just running out of gas is what I see, and I see big consolidation up here. And my stuff says, yeah, 39.46 is not out of the realm of possibility. And,
Sure.
I mean, it's like, and again, that's nothing. I agree with you. I mean, and so I wish day traders would spend more time looking at these other markets that you guys talked about, because I think everyone gets so caught up in the indexes. And I don't think that the indexes have been the greatest trade, at least from my time frame for a while. And obviously I traded short term for a long period of time, so I'm pretty good at recognizing environments. If you're trading like Chris in trend trading, this is a great environment, right? If a lot of people that are looking for mean reversion traders in equity indexes, not the easiest, right? And so there's not enough volatility for it. And so you really have to be, I think, more aligned with like Chris's style and that type of a market versus like somebody who's scalping all day, which you see a lot of young traders, newer traders doing. They're trying to catch both sides. There's probably a lot of better markets out there for you, and there's different risk profiles for them too. You've got the big gold, you've got the micro, you've got 1 ounce. Don't even get me started with him looking at corn today, which I think is great because, again, Merritt's also seasoned enough to be able to do that. I think you got to earn your way to getting into some other markets, test them out, see how it goes. But there are other markets besides indexes, and I just wish that some traders would look beyond that. And I'm glad you guys, Chris fooled us into it, and then Merritt pulls up the corn chart. Of course he does. It was epic. But before I let you guys go today, I want to quickly talk about to everybody in chat. First off, everybody in chat, thank you so much for being here with us this morning. Yesterday was the launch of the Arena Cup Challenge within the content creators. Jake Cap, he picked up 5K, squeaked out Stowe into the last 30 minutes. Stowe was leading, and then Jake Cap came in and ended up picking up 5K. And then you had our big prize pool for all of the traders that got in, and you had some real people that did really well that won $50,000 in cash prizes. But that was just qualifier 1. Remember, top 10% from there makes it to the championship, which is now on November 17th. Next up, we have qualifier 2, which is going to be coming up next Monday. We've got a huge lineup there. All the traders that are on NinjaTrader Live and some new ones are going to be in there competing for 5K of their own prize pool. And then you've got all of you guys that are going to be able to compete for $50,000 in cash prizes. And then qualifier 3, which is November 3rd, is the same situation. Top 10% in all of them make it to the championship, where the winner gets $100,000. We're giving away $250,000 in cash prizes on Championship Monday, which is November 17th. Don't miss out. Click the link in the chat. It's free. It's sim, and you have a chance to win real money. I mean, let's face it. We're not going to be doing ones this big that often. So get in, get involved. And guys, I can't wait to see you guys in the competition. I know, listen, I can't wait. Merritt is going to be coming in, man. He is going to be juiced. He loves this stuff. He lives for this stuff. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Talking crap to the chat, be like,
Oh,
It,
for
it sucks
sure.
for you guys. Only qualifier threes open because that's the day I'm trading. So sorry about it.
You see it? Yeah, and I know. And again, Chris is that quiet assassin. He's going to come in,
Yeah.
and boy, I can't wait to see it. It's going to be so much fun, boys. Again, so great to see you guys this past week. I'm still tired because I had so much fun. We laughed so hard. It was just an absolutely fabulous time. Thank you guys so much for being here with us today. Again, show my boys some love. Hit like and subscribe to the channel, and I will see you guys next week.
See you, brother. Take care.
All right, Deli. You enjoy the rest of your week. Yo, yo.
Hey, man.
Glad your voice is
A
back.
quick little story, chat. So we had the big NinjaTrader event, as you guys have heard. You're probably sick of hearing about how much fun we had. But anyways, a little inside story. My voice, you can still tell it's got kind of messed up. My voice went out for the big Saturday night dinner. Oh, no, Friday night dinner. It went out completely almost. Like I could barely make the vocal cords work at all. It was mostly just... And it was loud, right? We've got like 30-something people sitting around at this dinner or whatnot. I was useless. Chris was sitting to my left. And I would try to get in on a conversation, right? It's tough sitting there and like you can't talk with people. I would whisper something in his ear to contribute to the conversation to his left. And he would say the worst things that I did not say to them. And he kept doing that to me all night. Never allow this man to translate for you, ever. He will wreck your life. Oh,
You needed help, and I provided what I think is a great service. I don't know.
yeah, something like that. Yeah. Oh, man.
No,
It was
guys,
well played. I
actually,
agree.
you would not believe the things that came out of his mouth that I had to translate. Okay.
I put him in that awkward position of saying those things. Oh, man.
But it was a great time.
It was. All right, man. Well, let's get after it.
Send it.
I mean, gold is moving.
Yeah, I want to trade that. Well, I have to learn how to trade it before the competition. I gotta feel it out. All right, guys. Morning to you all. Hello,
Morning,
Shab.
chat.
Hello, Sab. Jim. Good to see you. Whispering sweet nothings for sure. That's what he was doing in my ear. But we don't have to get into that. All right, let's see. Look, the main idea for me was a pullback into this 250s in NQ. We got that overnight, so I want to see what happens if we come back down to it, which we are doing that. I do have a swing on from yesterday in the swing account, which I entered right when we were breaking out of that daily wedge. No, my entry was an hourly breakout inside of that daily wedge breakout to help me manage risk better. So I'm up. How many points am I up right now? I'm up around 182 points right now. I did take partials already. I'm down to 1/4. Great trade.
Nice. The only problem with gold right now and corn is that on the weekly time frame, they've already rotated all the way across to some lower extremes. So it just gets to that point where, yes, because the higher time frames can crack and have a lot of room, right? A lot of reward on the risk reward kind of asymmetry. That is a factor where when you start to get to lower extremes on some more intermediate time frames, you absolutely it at the very least it needs to be in the back of your mind that, hey, there could be a much larger retracement than my kind of short-term trading is calling for, and I might have to be patient on that. If it starts to show up, right, you might just, it's like Deli talks about, just being contextually type of aware of the situation. Yes, higher time frames can crack and continue to crack, and we can continue to press extremes on weekly DVA. However, more times than not, weekly DVA, when we get extended, it needs to kind of find some form of a healthy pullback and whatnot. So, but gold is a market in particular. It's similar to Nasdaq, right? It's a little thinner, it's a little quicker moving. It can get in extremes and it can stay at extremes. And so there's, speaking of multi markets, there's also that personality traits, if you will, that you should know about and start to get to know of any market you're trading. Morning, Job.
Hey. Oh, I don't do that. Question for you on gold. Even, this is on indices right here. Even on big like pullbacks, like for example, the one that 2 Fridays ago, the indices will most likely revert back up to either get some sort of relief bounce, or just create a big old fell breakdown, which that's what it turned into, right? Sort of like, I feel like that
little V bottoms, yeah.
Yeah, because of the equities market, it sort of has that because there's a lot of always support from the market.
Long bias.
You
Yep.
find that the same in gold? Like, does it have the same sort of characteristics in that?
I don't think so. No, I think
No?
it's easy to get a little recency biased with what gold has done, in the past couple months, and so people are like, oh yeah, just BTFD or whatever. Zoom out for a while, right? Go look at some long-term charts. Gold and other commodities like crude oil and whatnot, they can go on these wild runs, but they spend a whole lot more time ranging and probing extremes and coming back and things like that. Again, they can get into periods of wildness and extremes, but no, there isn't that inherent upward direct, like stocks go up, right? Like the what's it called, selection bias, not or survivorship bias,
Okay.
right, in stocks is if a company's not doing well, it's going to pull out of the S&P, and a company that's doing well is going to come in, right? So there's definitely an edge, if you will, long term, in being long equities, equity indexes. That's not the case with more of your raw commodities. We might get someone like Craig or Tracy, and please, correct me if you think I'm wrong. I'd love nothing more than to learn. But that is my take for kind of your more raw commodities. There's just trends. It's supply demand. It's, in this case, mass hysteria of what's going on with the world with gold, and why are I can't think of the name of all the government agency reserves banks, whatever you call them,
Yeah.
are buying up gold. All these things. It'll be a news story 6 months from now. All of a sudden, it's not hard to imagine, oh, well, now it doesn't make sense to hold gold because of some new development in the crypto space. That is the new official store of value, and it's undeniable. Right now, that's still a bet on the future, right? So probably more than you asked for there, buddy, but
Yeah, I started looking at corn. I don't
the little red circles and the green, The arrows are most important. I know they're hard to see, but this is a red arrow. This is a green arrow, green arrow, green arrow, green arrow, red arrow, right? And then the circles are a little bit more common, right? Circle, 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 circle. Then you get an arrow. That is just an algorithm that, I coded up and is a kind of a mix up of a couple of different ways of seeing what I call rhythm and momentum shifts and whatnot in a market. And so oftentimes as you see me trade on these sessions, it's not that I'm leaning on that indicator, that algo. It's almost more of an experimental / sanity check. Central bankers. Thank you, Amir. A lot of times you'll see my entries line up with those algorithmic plots, just because that algo is a little bit of a brain dump for me. And so I'm trading from my brain here discretionarily. And a lot of times they line up, but it's not something I'm leaning on as a part of my process or something. It's experimental.
All right, so we're bouncing here, but it didn't really come down to that 250 zone that I was looking for in NQ. So no reversal entry for me. ES did come down to 68 and is bouncing, or it did bounce. So, that one did test that support area. But I'm trading NQ here, and so far we're inside a multi 4-hour candle range. But if we can continue to hold this 250s area, I'm going to be looking for higher prices.
I assume gold is going to press these lows here. It's kind of vulnerable to stop run in both direction though, right? You've got these 3 now lows stacked in right here. You've got this little double top right here. So little opening volatility with equities opening. Both of those areas are vulnerable. I'd love to see a move higher and a little failure to get on board with the short to look for new lows.
All right, so NQ's now into that 260s area. Let's see if we can hold or we are breaking through that.
Keep in mind, for those of you trading S&P, at least, I could go check the Nasdaq real quick. I barely look at the Nasdaq anymore ever since I broke up with it. Yeah, it looks pretty much the same. This is something you've seen in particular on several of Chris and I's Tuesday streams here, where you have a quiet overnight market in an index such as the S&P, which has specifically tested the high and the low of the afternoon distribution and value area from the prior day, for those of you who understand profiling. And now we're opening up smack dab in the middle of that fat distribution. That is, you look up the definition of a boring open, potential for a little bit of chop and a lack of direction. That's the picture next to it in the dictionary right there. So that's what you have today in the S&P.
All right, we have a little bit of divergence here between ES and NQ. ES is just stuck sideways. NQ is weaker. We're seeing a little bit of weakness in the semi space. Mags are doing not that bad. Seeing a lift here as we approach earnings.
I think there's, I think they're gonna debut a new, like, pretty cool sounding indicator for the stream today, right? Do I have that right? After the initial balance, they're gonna show it.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's it's kind of like a breadth indicator, from my understanding, guys. It's gonna be kind of what a lot of the top stocks are doing and a couple of indications of their, strength or weakness, and then kind of give a overall score. So that could be a really value added tool. Looks pretty cool.
All right. So ES is stronger here. NQ is seeing a potential bounce. I did not take out that overnight low. I would have wanted it to do that. Take out some stops that are there and then possibly bounce. But I'm watching here for a potential reversal.
Leo NK, you'll have to rephrase the question. I don't know what market you're talking about. I understand the second part of the question, but you have to clarify.
There's no lower high here for an entry for me on this possible reversal idea. Let's see, 288, 255. It is 30 points. Yes, looks much better.
Sturdy gentlemen, I think you're seeing trading halted because there is no arena challenge today. So probably you might be able to log in, but there's no trading allowed yet. I'm definitely gonna scalp some gold, but man, it's just, other than that daily bar chart, it's just such a uncomfortable trade location to be short. But I know that there could be a lot more energy to the downside. So it goes back to what I said earlier. Keep it in the back of your mind, that it's a less than stellar trade location, and lean on the short term until you see something really call you off. Well, that's a big candle.
For what are you looking at?
Gold.
Okay. It's bouncing?
Mm-hmm.
We're shorting the bounce? I'll short that. See, that's why I was asking if it trades like the indices, because I want to short this potential top, but is it going to bounce back up like what the indices do? Actually, should I wait for the 5-minute?
A lot of times when I see a candle that has a range that is, and it's hard to see on this volume-based chart here, but if we were to look like, I'll switch it to a 3-minute chart, and you'll see the significance of this candle. Here we go. Right? So you have one candle essentially that is engulfing, the past 25 candles or something, right? So a lot of times when I see a candle like that, unless it's at the tail end of a rotation, right? That's a little bit different. But when it's a new counter rotation compared to the direction that we've been going, that's going to be that's too strong of momentum for me to just stick my neck out and fade. I'll wait for something a little more what I call complex to set up. I don't know why Ninja thinks I want to change my candle style when I change the time frame and my candle width.
I think she's doing a whole lot of nothing. ES is moving higher. Probably financials are strong. I'm looking at a 5-minute reversal here. If we can get back above this current 5-minute candle for my 90-minute reversal setup. So far, we're just consolidating in here. So if we trigger above this prior 5-minute candle, I'll get long. But I'm still waiting to see if we come back down, then maybe do take out that overnight low and then maybe trigger a failed breakdown. But if this overnight low 250s area won't hold, then the next area of support will be 180s, which is prior week highs.
George,
Yes,
I don't believe Chris has put on a position yet.
No, I did. I closed it. I'm waiting for a. It's funny, George.
Shorted gold.
I'm going to take off the limit order and I'm just going to wait to see if we do take out that London low. Well, that's a good rejection in gold. All right, we now have new lows in NQ. If we can't hold here, then we're probably going to move lower, but I'm not looking to short this as I'm looking to buy the pullback.
Took a scale. I'm still fairly uncomfortable with the strength shown on that time-based candle. I do not like the look of that 3-minute candle, but this is a classic imbalanced pullback trade. And again, the thesis is that it's an uncomfortable trade location, but gold on some of the biggest time frames has a lot of energy yet to release to the downside. So I'm trading my process. As you can see, the algo fired off his signal there right around where I shorted as well. So another day, another dollar.
All right, so
low of days vulnerable. So we'll watch for that. Sorry, Chris, what were you saying?
I was just going to say that we do have NQ moving lower here. But there is a divergence. ES is still holding. Ooh, new lows for gold, hopefully. How much is gold per point or tick? Let's see.
It's $10 a tick, I believe. Moves in 0.1 increments.
All right, so ES tested that 65 area again. ES so far is in a range. NQ, can we now potentially see the filled breakdown here? I'll need acceptance here to show that price is not going to want to reclaim the 60s, and then it'll push back down. Pretty weak.
Ho! Gold is more skittish than normal. It can be a very herky-jerky kind of market, and it is herky-jerky today. That's a technical term.
Proprietary.
Proprietary technical term. It's a PTT. All right, let's push them lows. I don't know why I'm talking like that. I'm sorry.
That bouncing hard here. Let's see if we can potentially trigger this filled breakdown. I'll be looking for a long here. Because other than this, we'll need acceptance under this 250s, 260s to then trigger a breakdown lower.
$41.96, $41.97.
Those semiconductors are very weak.
You guys ready for this washout in gold? Watch it. Here it comes. Ready? Oh, here it comes.
New lows. Look at that.
Look at the delta. There it is. Let's flatten. Thank you. Come again.
You're out or you're still holding?
I'm out. There's a difference between how I manage positions at a very uncomfortable intermediate term trade location versus if I were to have secured a really great NADRO based, contextual trade location. Then that's the time where you leave a runner on and you all the stuff that all these little pieces I've been putting together this morning, talking about it.
What do I call it as acceptance? To me, it's a structure that price forms. It's typically a multi-hour wedge structure that proves that, for example, if we were to form acceptance down here below 260s in NQ, it'll prove that buyers cannot lift it back above this 260s. Every bounce attempt will be rejected. And in that sort of negotiation between the lows and the highs of this back and forth here, the technical structure becomes a wedge. And then I use that to manage risk on a potential move away from this zone that we're forming acceptance at. So if it's bearish, I'll look to trade the wedge breakdown to help me manage risk. Merritt may have a different answer for that, but I just found that it usually, when we are not bouncing from a support zone like we've been here, and we break below it, and we are going to have a sustainable move away from this zone, then we'll create a contraction here, and then a new trend from this contraction will lead to a sustainable move lower. I need to wait for that to take place.
Yeah, we both use that term acceptance. You know, when I talk about NADRO, NADRO, the A is acceptance. It's a critical element in a top-down strategy approach. I don't use wedges per se and kind of have that way of doing it, but at the end of the day, it's a similar thing. We're looking for a defined way of saying price is above or below a reference in question, right? A key level, a line in the sand, whatever it is for you. Rather than just saying, oh yeah, we're now trading above it, so it's above it, or we're now below it, so it's below it. We make it a little more complex, and we slow it down with our definition. You look for more than just price trading above it by a tick, or price closing on your time frame above it, right? All this kind of stuff. We have our own clear definitions of what it means for price to accept above an area or below an area. And that's important because it keeps us from getting. The reason I developed it's funny, the term acceptance, I think, came originally from profiling people, right? I think that's where that term sparked, back in the 80s or whatnot. And it's funny, it must have been subconscious for me, but when I coined the term acceptance as it relates to like rhythm and price action beyond a reference, I wasn't thinking in profiling terms at all. And I kind of forgot that they had used that term a bit. And now I feel like everyone, is using some form of phrase acceptance in their trading. It's interesting. I don't know if I played a role in that with NADRO. Maybe that's facetious of me.
Get out of here.
Yeah, but it's certainly something that has caught on, we'll say, compared to when I came out with NADRO in what, 2015 or 16 at SMB with that SMB Futures Foundation course.
This is what I heard. Hey guys, I'm Merritt. I create the words that you speak.
What?
When you say that, you coined the term acceptance. You do not create all the words, okay, Merritt?
It's funny.
All right, ES took out that overnight low. NQ both down here. Can we finally see this failed breakdown? I don't have the 9MA reversal here for me. It needs to be I mean, this bounce here from here to here moved up all the way into the 2050 EMA cloud area here in red. That's not my entry sort of area that I'm looking for. I need the lower high to be into the 9MA down here, reject a little bit, and then trigger that reversal with the reclaim of this lower high, right? So if the potential lower high is in all the way up here into the 2050 EMA, that invalidates my potential reversal entry, because part of the move that I want to capture in the reversal is into that next moving area of resistance, which is the 50 EMA. But if that entry is now close to the 50 EMA, you can imagine that my risk reward is not going to be favorable on my side of the trade, and therefore, if it does reverse from here, I have to skip it, because I can't take that trade. But what I found is that most of the time, when price does bounce all the way up into the 50 EMA and rejects, it's going to continue lower. So just gonna have to wait and see. And you can see that we are rejecting pretty hard here. So that's something eventually that as you build your system and you spend time trading that, you develop new insights around your entries, right? You start to understand how price moves before your entry, after your entry, how it behaves. And eventually you start putting all these together and you say, oh, hey, a successful reversal looks like this 80% of the time. So can I add in an additional rule there? And over time, does that maybe help me remove stops more, or helps me make more? Does it increase my positive expectancy? Does it increase my return profile, right? This is the feedback loop that you're stuck in, and you just continue to iterate and nonstop until you develop more rules that help you overall. So now that we rejected here, can we form, I need a sort of wedge structure here to confirm again that we're not going to reverse, and then we move lower.
Yeah, Jens, you always want to be cognizant of the level of volatility, the AKA, like we don't have to get fancy by even talking about volatility. How far away does your stop need to be, right? You always want to kind of adjust position sizing for that. If you buy into the philosophy that I buy into, which is we never know what's going to happen next. High conviction plays, low conviction plays, we just don't know. It's we're short-term technical traders. It's not that big of a deal. So I like to keep my risk fairly consistent. And the way to do that is to attempt to adjust your position size based on how far away your stop's going to be.
All right, so hopefully we see prior week highs here in NQ. And then this next higher low that we put in, I'll probably move my stop up in my swing. Yes,
Do I
can't
reset
quite
delta?
breakdown.
Do I reset delta at the at the RTH start? No, I don't.
My screen is up, Tom. Can you not see my screen?
We see it. Let's see. A couple questions. Leo, good time to. When do I consider it a good time to scale into a trade? Add. When I secure a really good NADRO based, contextual trade location, which this gold trade wasn't, and I get another setup that I would essentially enter into the trade if I was not already in the trade. Those are places where I'll look to add, and I treat it totally independent in terms of it'll have its own stop. I will 99% of the time scale out of the ad as if it was a brand new position, things like that. And it'll just slightly increase my core position after the scaling out of the ad. So I kind of treat it pretty independently. Yeah, Kingfisher, that guy is someone who took my course and literally just copied it and sells it. That's what that is.
Oh man, bummer.
A lot of times he didn't even change the like the screenshots and stuff like that. It's just like the same. What was the other question here? Oh, why don't I trade the NQ? I mean, I do, but the past month or two, I found some reliability, let's call it. I'm not going to talk about the details because it's edge. But I found some reliability in the tools that I use and whatnot that were working better in the S&P than the Nasdaq. So I had been exclusively Nasdaq in terms of scalping indices. When I was applying that tactic for a couple years, and so a couple months ago I went back to the S&P because of that. Gold is unable to bounce. Let's comment on that, right? So we shorted this right here. We came out into the new low. And, what would be normal, you see the buyers start to come back in here off the low. You see my algo firing off potential swing low signals. What would be normal would be to see some type of a bounce. But this market is kind of so bearish, it's been unable to do that for a number of bars here. So just a little commentary, not a trade opportunity, but commentary. Wouldn't be surprised to see it. Yep, there. Never mind. Too late. Sellers are in control of the tape in the S&P. We can say that for sure. That market testing, I can pull over the profile here. Testing just below that value area, that big distribution I was talking about from yesterday. So now we're testing the lower edge of that on those extremes. It'll be telling if we can kind of hold underneath this area or if that's just a probe and we start to snap back. And if we start to hold back into this area, then weak highs from yesterday would be on the table. I hate when people compare some year, right? I don't care if it's 1999 or last year or whatever, and they overlay this year's chart so far against an old year's chart and try to imply that it's going to follow past movement. To me, that's just preposterous. People love to point them out when they match up, and then there's not a lot of follow-up on those charts after that moment. Now, you want to put together something robust, right? What has been, the movement measured over the past 10 years, right? That brings us into the realm of actual data for seasonality and things like that. And by all means, that can be some value add if you want to apply that to your trading. That's perfectly fine. Speaking of what Crudele and I were talking about earlier this morning about trading other markets, there are other markets, right? I know that we have, what is it, sell in May, or is it August, or something like that in indices, and then Santa Claus rally, right? A little bit of seasonality there. But there are other markets, namely agricultural products and whatnot, who have strong seasonality, not just mild, slight seasonality like indices, because of the sun, right? Because of the tilt of the Earth's axis, right? There's a time to plant crops. There's a time to harvest crops. There is a seasonality to the whole cycle of those things. And because of that, Mark says, stop, man, just stop. Because of that, there is a stronger seasonality to those markets. There's some really good tools out there you can look up to help you get an understanding of seasonality. Yeah, that's interesting, Adrian. I think it's real. I think that obviously there's variance. You can have outlier years. You can have years that don't correlate to the seasonal pattern. But I would disagree that it's not real.
So I'm long ES instead of NQ just because it's been stronger.
Okay.
We triggered this 90-minute reversal on the 2-minute that I was looking for. We took out that London's low. And then I look at SPY and Q. SPY just back tested that prior week high. So, and into that last low, we did have a divergence here. We had multiple divergences showing up.
Nice. It was a well-timed entry. It was weekly VWAP on my charts, and it was that probe below yesterday's value. It was a good little spot.
Let's see if we can hold here. Now I need to reclaim the 68 zone.
Upon the request of your mother, Neil.
Whoa, what?
It's just a look she likes.
If ES cannot reclaim 68, then we're now at this point, we can create some acceptance here, a wedge, and then that can be what creates a sustainable move lower back to 43, 67, 43. If we do hold and reclaim 68 here, then we can get a bounce back up to maybe overnight highs. But we'll see. NQ remains weak. I mean, that one's still below the overnight low. I don't. quite want to trade that. Oh, gold put in a nice little bouncer, but maybe new low again.
Could be. Not enough of a bounce for me. More of a little blip. I need to see something more substantial, but I understand it's been so weak. Obviously, if we were to throw up like a volume profile of this area, you would have this lower edge right here, right? And then you'd have this right there. And so this is a little LVN zone, which made sense for the retest. But again, I don't like where this market is, like on other charts. So I'm going to be, like I was, conservative. With this entry, it was a more substantial pullback. It was near the 1 standard deviation, which is a place I like to trade from during trends. So for that reason, I'm out.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it will want to hold here. We'll see. I'll keep my stop at the lows. This is my trade idea here for this area. I'll just wait to see what the outcome is.
You picked the absolute best, just the absolute best spot to get long the S&P that you possibly could have since the close yesterday. Like you did, it's just such a good spot to put that on. Take notes, guys.
He said it, guys.
Yep.
All right. He taught me a lot this weekend. Okay. All he was doing, yelling in my ear when he lost his voice, was
whispering, gently
whispering.
Process.
Okay, that's how he lost his voice. He was just yelling that into my ear. So I woke up to that and I was just committed to the process.
We use both, Kingfisher. It's a good question, between some of the VWAP based stuff and the structural profile stuff. You put it all together. You look for confluence, you look for multiple time frames that are in agreement.
Wow.
And you pay really close attention where they aren't, and that's how you start to put together a narrative, a thesis.
We do need NQ to bounce here and reclaim that 250s, 260s. If we cannot, then may not work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring my first partial down to 1R.
Corn's at low of day, by the way. I just want to call that out.
Oh, for sure. I'll max short that. Ma, meatloaf. Yeah, he was yelling that too.
Tracy, Ma, the meatloaf. More for you and me, right?
Yeah. So far, NQ's it's doing a little of this wedge structure that I talked about here. So it's developing that structure that can lead to a breakdown here and a sustainable trend lower. Means that we won't be able to reclaim this 260s. We'll push down and maybe go for that prior week high test. But ES is looking a little bit much stronger. It did trigger that 90-minute reversal. It's just doing better overall. A little bit of divergence here. We can see a little bit of a pop higher and finally take partials off, and then it'll be a risk-free trade. Do not hold your breath.
That's pretty good, Sean.
Look at that. NQ still can't reclaim that overnight low. So weak versus ES. Yeah, so
Hey.
close to my partial too.
I've always meant to ask you those little beeps that we hear in the background. Is that some type of a news feed that you have? What is that?
No, there are alarms
That's your
on
pacemaker.
It's for my kidney. If you are interested to know, I'm sick. So thanks for the reminder. No, but it's for individual stocks since I gotta keep eyes on a lot of things.
Uh-huh.
They just help me stay alert when there's a possible when my setup is
It's
there.
a must. If you're trying to follow a bunch of names, alerts
Yeah.
are a must because the human eye and brain can only do so much.
Yeah. I need it.
So is it's custom alerts that you set when you want to be aware of like price
Yes.
levels in names and stuff? Okay.
Yes, pretty much.
Have you ever used that what's it called? Trade Ideas? Have you ever used that?
What do you mean? What is that?
It's a service. I figured you'd heard of it. I have no, you know, uh association or anything like that. I'm just asking. I know I've seen people use it. Trade Ideas.
No, never heard of it. For stocks, like swing trading?
Yeah, man. You should check it out. I've heard good things.
Oh. By who? Oh, like a scanner?
Yeah, I think it can do a lot of like
Oh, it's a scanning
custom stuff
platform.
though. It's not just like a generic scanner where you can like filter by, earnings and, blah blah blah. It's you can kind of customize stuff. I believe. I could have that wrong. When I traded stocks in college before I switched to futures, what was that platform I used? It was like really modular. You could snap things around. I
I
loved
like
that
that.
platform. What'd you say?
I like that.
Help me out,
Right.
chat. What's that stock trading platform where it's like they were the first people ever where you could like drag and drop things and like really like we're talking old school here.
Drag things like on the chart.
Napster. Nobody's named it yet.
My first one was Trader King.
Never heard of that.
That was like my first platform.
All right, I'm gonna have to look it up myself.
All right, I got filled here at 1R.
That's it.
What is it?
Rack City got it. TC 2000. Telechart 2000.
Oh, that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's so popular in the swing trading world.
Yeah. I think they do a good job. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so I took half off at 1R. Typically, I want to wait for 1.5R, but NQ was struggling at this overnight low. But good to see that we're reclaiming that. So I brought down my partial exit to 1R. I'm just gonna hold this now for the rest, hopefully for the rest of the day. Why? Because I am looking to capture a higher time frame trend, And what I did here was position myself in a lower time frame entry. So my idea here is that if we go back to the 4-hour trade plan here for ES, is that if we can hold and put in a 4-hour higher low, what can take place? Well, we can move up eventually to put in a new 4-hour high, right? That can be many, many points above. It can work, it may not work, but I've designed my strategy for that, where I want to risk as little as possible and then just trail the trend for multiple days if possible, because, and I'm only applying in that here because yesterday was day one of that daily consolidation breakout, right? Daily wedge breakout, box breakout, whatever we want to call it. It was day one. So if on day two, I am in a intraday time frame buying the pullback of that daily candle, I want to ride the follow through of that daily candle, essentially risk 6 points in ES to make 30 points maybe. They do not all work, but over time, I make more doing so, and I have to do that. And then I also have my swing NQ from 25,095. I had 36 micros. I have 8 micros left, and I'm just gonna ride that with the stop at break even and see if I can ride that to all-time highs. So there's nothing much for me to do here.
Beautiful.
I'll put another partial exit at 4R. But some of you guys will say, like sometimes what will happen, what you guys will see me do is it'll move up to like maybe 3R and it'll come back down all the way back down. And you guys are like, move your stop up, move your stop up. No, because I'm trying to capture a multi-day trend. Why would I move my stop up on a lower time frame to get me out of that possible position? But at the same time, I have to be okay with getting stopped out on the rest of the trade, right?
How about the fact that I've taken 80% of the pit session range out of gold, and you've taken 85% of the pit session range of the S&P.
Hey,
just tag teaming them, man.
I love that for us.
We're pretty big in Japan. I don't know if you knew that.
Yep. And my main, by the way, guys, this is we are going to get an edge report update from Jim here in a bit.
Yeah, he's going to introduce the new the new sentiment indicator.
And I forgot what I was going to say.
We'll stop run through 78s there for you.
Yeah. So again, guys, the main trade idea for today was if we could see a failed breakdown versus below the overnight low and then reverse back up. What are we doing now? Right? We did do exactly that. We came back down. We triggered below the overnight low for both ES and NQ. So scenario one is alive here for both ES and NQ. Now, we're back up into that overnight resistance in ES. NQ still remains weak, nowhere near that overnight high. But for ES, if we can hold up here and eventually form acceptance into 77.80, then we can push up higher to 67.93. But at this point, I am now an hourly trend trader, right? So I'm not looking to do anything else.
Just to help the chat more with that, with the knowledge you're dropping on them right there, just to say it in another way to help them. Pretty much all good traders I know who hold what I call a core position, right, or a runner or something, there's a transition point in the trade where they stop staring at the stuff, the indicators, the tools, the timeframes that got them into the trade. It's no longer relevant for managing that position. And there is magic in that, absolute magic. You You move away from that. You start focusing on typically higher time frame things, other references, other indicators, other tools. And that's how you manage the position. Because I can promise you, if you're going to keep staring at the dome and the order flow and the tape and blah, 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 and the 1 minute chart, you're going to talk yourself into exiting that position because there's going to be real valid signals on those timeframes against your position, and they're going to shake you out.
Yep.
That's why. That's the magic.
Question from Logan: do I take shorts? How do I take shorts if I'm holding a swing position? I will, because again, we just broke out of a daily consolidation. So to me, that means that from day 1 to day 3, the momentum is higher. Will I take shorts in that scenario? Probably not, only because I see that as counter trend. I'll miss breakdowns, obviously, and I'm okay with that. I will only take shorts if we're ideally maybe in a range like we were in the last week, maybe week and a half, or below the daily 9MA. And I'll look at that by waiting for acceptance or a wedge at support that confirms we're not reversing from that. Buying attempts are being rejected. And then the breakdown of that structure is where I look to get short. Somewhere like here.
Chris trading boxes, it's that time in the stream where we have to remind the chat.
Oh wow.
That they just don't like what we're doing. They don't move the mouse, they don't click the thumbs up.
Yeah, guys, help us out here, help out the network, share with your friends, knock on your neighbors. Hey guys, have you guys heard of NinjaTrader? No? Well,
have you seen the Black Boxes episode on Tuesdays?
Yeah. Share with everybody. Share it, like it, subscribe, do all those things.
I know my mother-in-law watches sometimes.
Oh, really?
Yep.
She's like, oh, how is my Christmas gift going to look like this year? NQ remains weak. Look at that rejection. What you want now in ES here is you want a potential higher low against the low that we put in. And now it can just, move around here, do whatever it wants, figure itself out like Merritt did in college, and eventually just
Oh, that's good. That was good.
And just do its thing, But if it stops me out, it stops me out. It is what it is.
That's the kind of stuff he was doing to me when I'd whisper to him at dinner. That's what he would turn to the next guy and say. Did you get the chance to talk to Craig much?
No. You did?
I was closer to him at dinner, and
you didn't have a translator, huh?
Well, I had Tendler to my right, and he was actually doing a good job.
Mm.
Maybe it's because he's like, I guess not ESL or whatever, so he like actually can like do a better job of translating English to English.
It's harder for me.
But no, Craig is like, wow. Wow. His understanding of just like the interplay of all the like the fundamental pieces and what's going on globally is very impressive.
He trades futures or equities, right?
I believe he trades some crypto, some equities. I'm sure he'll do stuff in futures as he sees fit, but yeah, he's kind of like a global macro.
Okay.
So he'll probably get into
He does it all.
anything. Yeah.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Jim.
Jimmy Cags.
Wow, it was great meeting you guys down in Naples. You know, a lot of times you know somebody from their online personality and they don't live up to the hype when you meet them in person. Not you two guys. You were awesome, man. I loved hanging with you.
Right back at you, man.
Likewise.
Well, I'm popping in. We're introducing something new to the stream. This is a Edgeful statistic. It's the overall daily bias indicator, and you'll see it up at the top of your screen right there. And we're going to be posting that every once in a while on the stream. And the daily bias indicator tracks the top 15 weighted stocks in the S&P and Nasdaq to give traders a clear read on overall market sentiment. And it's powered by 4 Edgeful reports: the opening candle continuation report, the initial balance report, the IB by rejection report, and the previous day's range. And all of these calculations should be done locked in by 10:30 East Coast time. And the idea, anyway, at least for the way I'm thinking about this, is if I see something that's very bullish up there, green bar going all the way across, probably going to be looking for places to get long, follow the trend. Very bearish, probably looking for places to get short, not fighting the tape. And then neutral, while the big names are not aligned, expect a little chop and sideways action. So we're going to be talking about this more and more, and I'll go into a little bit more detail on the Edge report in a couple of minutes here at the end of the morning stream, but it's going to be super handy. So right there on your screen, you'll see it's color-coded. That's it. That is the Edgeful. Remember, Edgeful has 1 L, guys, too. There's not 2 L's. It's Edgeful, EDGEFUL. If you want to see some of their stats, I use them every day. They're awesome. So just wanted to pop in and introduce that to everybody in the stream.
Sweet.
Awesome. Thanks, Jim.
All right. Good luck, boys, in the rest of the morning.
Yeah,
Thanks,
you go
man.
and enjoy your island now.
Enjoy that third mojito, Jim.
Oh, great.
Nice.
Looking forward to it. I inspire people, Merritt. So
Yeah.
what can I say? All right, so it looks like it's not going to hold here. So I'll probably get stopped out on the other half, and it'll be a scratch trade. And that's okay. I'll just wait for lower prices and buy again. NQ can come down to prior week high here and see what happens.
S&P just went high enough to run those stops at 78. And then just absolute character change on the tape, all selling since. Wow. I don't care how it shakes out. That was a great entry, great trade.
I mean,
I wouldn't call it dead in the water, though, It makes sense, from a theoretical perspective every single time that if we have that distribution, right, we traded down to the lower edge, got the failure, which is where you entered long. Yeah, okay, so we rotated up not quite to the upper edge, right? So we got to here, took out some stops. And then we do this, and it's like, okay, well, that doesn't feel good, but I can tell you that most times when a market fails out of a lower edge of a distribution, it needs to retest that lower edge. It needs to firm it up and make sure to confirm, yes, we are holding back inside value. So I'm telling you, man, I've seen a lot of really good trades where from here to here feels really, really bad when it comes all the way back, taking most of what was kind of this perfect run. But some of my best trades of all time have done that and then done a lot more. And I'm sure you have the same experience. You're not freaking out over this. You're not over managing anything. Or are you freaking out? Are you freaking out?
Are you talking to me? Sorry, my ESL, like you brought up, it's acting up. I'm not figuring it out. Is that what you asked? No.
I feel like it was good for us to meet in person because there's like an additional layer of a kind of like looseness and fun, versus like, a little more respectful and everything. Now we're just going to be just dogging each other, and I'm here for it. I think the chat is too.
Agreed. I get gold, man. I should be short gold too. I need to trade that thing. I'm gonna start trading it so I can beat you on the day of competition. And we can trade euro, huh? Do you trade euro?
Oh yeah, that was the reason I got into futures was I was trading, FX, and then I was going to trade some outside capital, and so I went over to the futures markets to do it in a more, central exchange regulated environment.
Yeah.
The M6E, Tom. Wait, is that right? Is that the micro future? I think so. You guys are dogging me about that acceptance terminology. We're gonna have to go get on like the Wayback Machine, right? Pre-2014, who was using the term acceptance? Who's got two thumbs and was using the term acceptance? This guy.
All right, so ES is bouncing back up. Like I said, look, you just had to give it time to figure
told
itself
you.
out, like someone we know. But as long as it can continue to do so, it eventually reaches a point in time where it says, "Hey, I'm a grown up and I'm ready to go up higher," right? So we're just gonna keep letting this dance around here and then see if we lift higher.
Acceptance of price in finance literally goes back to the 12th century, is what Jim Scalpert says. Oh. Well, similar to who said they were short? White noise. Similar to Chris's long, if I flip over to S&P. From here, this short is not quite as good, but it's really, really good, right? We've established a range. It's not, it didn't run the stops. The short, the move lower ran a lot of stops, which is good. This one is not as good. It ran these like interior stops, as I call them. But that's absolutely a fine place to be short. Both of those trades can do well.
Look, all that I'll bring up SPY over here, which is what I also look at. All that SPY is currently doing is consolidating above prior week's highs. That low that we bought was exactly that test of it. This is just a correction through time. As long as we can continue holding here based on the higher time frame breakout that we've had, this to me tells me higher. So from a swing trading perspective, I want to buy pullbacks into support, pay myself for it, or take the risk off by taking half off and then just trailing the rest. And I try and do that consistently over time. And eventually I just have, positions and trends. But yes, SPY is not doing anything wrong. Now, what we need up here is a little bit of acceptance, meaning we need a small consolidation up here near, what is that? 67, 78-ish. Maybe a little bit of a consolidation here to show that sellers are not able to drive it back down again, like in this rejection here about 15 minutes ago. And if so, that can push up higher to this 93 zone where I have my next partial area, and we'll see if that gets hit. It's really good.
Gold with the largest intraday range. My chart only goes back to 2019, but it is by far the largest Globex range in my entire data set going back to 2019. Mark, pretty simple, bearish read and coming off of a yearly parabolic type of move. So there's, as I've been saying for weeks, the potential for this type of day we're seeing here and some continuation most likely. Remember when I was talking to Crudele, we were talking about how we could get to 4,100 where the +2 standard deviation was without even sneezing on it. Here we are. But anyways, to answer Mark's question, yeah, it's a massive overextension on the yearly with room to the downside. Other time frames breaking down, but not at good trade locations from an ADRO perspective. We did have the destination across last week's value, which we've now tagged 4130s. And I simply took a imbalance pullback short intraday access to that idea. And I only traded it as a scalp into a new low of day.
I'm not from Colombia. I'm from that place where I am from that place where they have tacos. Exactly.
Have you ever been to Bogota?
I have not. You have?
No, I haven't. I hear it's pretty cool.
Texas? Somebody said Texas? That's not where tacos originate from.
There's a reason they call it Tex-Mex. That second part is key.
Hey, my layover was there and in Houston, and the food was not bad.
Yeah, we have just tagged monthly VWAP, Mark. Just tagged it.
And they're saying that I'm gonna have to start paying royalties on acceptance.
I saw that. That was really funny. That was good.
Mhm.
You come see me in Nashville. Believe it or not.
I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm gonna stop you right there. You're not about to say that their tacos are good.
Fine. Don't come to Nashville. It's fine.
Have you had tacos from LA?
No, I've had very, very authentic stuff in like Northern California, like, you know, I don't know what to call it, but like towns that are, entirely Mexican, right? Like they like, are there to like work on the strawberry fields and stuff like that. Like I've been to places like that where they don't even speak English in Northern California, but not LA, no. You see what Jeff says?
Yeah. When we do the LA meetup, will you come to LA? We do that one?
Yes, schedule permitting. Yeah, yeah.
I'll show you some taco spots.
All right. I'm into it. Gold finding some buyers. Again, we just talked about how it was into monthly VWAP. Finally retesting the +2 for the year. We've traversed weekly prior value. So wouldn't be surprising at all to see a little bit of a bottom put in and some form of a bounce. Not something I'm going to try to trade.
Yeah, it's still in a downtrend though. It's
For sure. I mean, it's in an uptrend on higher time frames still. It depends on what time frame you're looking at.
We took out that prior week highs and that red dog reversal right there. Boom.
Little bit of a signal there in the S&P, right? So that last move down couldn't get through VWAP, right? So the first time up there, it traversed all the way back across. The second time we get up, now it comes down into VWAP on very, very light selling, by the way, on the tape. And then now we're kind of pressing those highs again. So odds of getting above 78s are, super strong.
By the way, guys, I always talk about how in an uptrend, we usually come down to London's low, overnight low, maybe prior day high, take that out and then reverse. And you see that in uptrends because what typically takes place is in an uptrend, you're going to have multiple multi-day expansion candles higher. And you have to think that the lower time frame structure are corrections through time, because if we have 3 daily candles back to back going higher, what is the overnight session most likely looking at? It's a correction through time to allow price to consolidate the prior day's gains and to create energy for the expansion move that's to come from that. So if you look at that repeatable structure, and you apply whatever trading, approach you have, it becomes very simple where you can say, okay, if we come down, take out these lows and trigger some sort of reversal structure based on whatever you look at, you're aligning with that repeatable structure that takes place over time, right? That does not change. It will not change. Why? Because if we are to continue higher, it'll turn into a correction through time overnight, which we saw. Most of the time, it comes down to take out those stops at the overnight lows, moves back up, continues the consolidation, and eventually later in the day, it breaks out higher. And I'm telling you, this is a repeatable structure that it happens. I mean, I've been trading the same structure. So if you can find the structures that repeat over time and then apply your own rules, you find yourself aligning with the trend structure of the market or market structure, and you let the market do the heavy lifting because you're just sort of riding the trend sequence that it creates. And that's the whole idea of my approach. So now let's see if we can, I mean, Enki's still struggling at that overnight low. But we highlighted the strength in ES and financials, right? I brought that up. Financials were strong. What small caps doing? Small caps are green. So we're seeing a little bit of rotation. Yeah, industrials are strong. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. And SPY's here is getting ready to possibly break out of this wedge. Maybe take out prior day high in SPY, which would be in ES would be what? 85.
Mark, I grew up fishing and hunting, man. That's all I did growing up.
But did you laugh a lot, Shab? Okay. You need that combination.
Make me laugh, clown.
Mm. And in the meantime, guys, get those likes up. Share this with everybody. Best streaming network online. All these amazing guests that Ninja has week by week.
So many stops higher in the S&P, man. I'm telling you. One other thing to highlight with Chris's trade is that in that moment we talked about it, the hard right edge, right when it was at its scariest. Him and I were both confident about what was still happening. I wanted to draw out a diagram for you guys about, look, nothing is messed up here. If you're the type of trader who continually tries to trail your stop, to aggressively move to break even, all of these things, you're never going to catch a trade like what Chris is in. You'll never be able to do it. The market is too back and forth a lot of times to allow for you to hold through it. Only by accepting the risk of the trade and keeping that stop away from where the market is and allowing that worst trading advice ever given, never let a winner turn into a loser. I firmly think that's horrible advice. You're able to sit through some noise. you're able to allow a market to retest a key area that makes sense for laws of market dynamics or Chris's rules or whatever. It's a big deal. A lot of people cannot let go of, oh my gosh, it's in my favor now. Let's move the stop to break even. You got to move past that if you want to hold some runners. If you just want to scalp direct momentum and protect yourself, fine, that's a different strategy. But if you want to hold some runners, you got to learn to let the trade breathe and do that stuff we talked about earlier about transitioning your focus.
Yeah, baby. The reason the reason for ES over NQ is because ES, I highlighted that ES has been stronger the whole morning. I highlighted, I swing trade stocks, so I'm able to see what multiple ETFs are doing. We saw strength in cyclicals, financials, industrials, and weakness in semiconductors. So where can I allocate my capital to help me make the most while managing risk, right? So that was ES for today. If tech was leading, it would have been NQ. So it's just relative strength. All right, so we're above that overnight high in ES, breaking higher. Let's see if we can put in a new high and take out my next partial at 4R. So far, ES did what we wanted it to do, dance around here, continue the consolidation, create a higher low, which we did create a higher low. That higher low held. How do we know when a higher low is confirmed? For me, I get that question a lot. For me, it's when we reclaim the 9MA lower high, meaning we have our low here, we bounce into the 9MA, it's a yellow moving average here to create the lower high. Now, if we are to continue the downtrend from this rejection, right, when we took out that overnight high, we rejected hard. So if we are to continue the move lower from that and maybe make new lows, we are to reject at this 9MA, create a lower high, and move lower, right? That is trend structure 101 in alignment with the 9MA, which is the main sort of moving average that I use. So we need to reject from there, similarly like what we did over here. We had a low, we bounced it to the 9MA, created a lower high, rejected and moved lower. In my entry, what happened here? We put in that second lower low, we put in that lower high. Did we move lower? No, we reclaimed it and triggered the reversal, right? That's what got me in the trade, that reversal of that 9MA downtrend to uptrend. What took place in this last bounce here? We put in the lower high. Did we reject and move lower? No. We reclaimed the 9MA and moved up higher. So the reversal above that lower high triggers now a uptrend because now we have a higher high, higher low structure. And in that confirmation, that's how you know that a higher low is made. Sure, can news come out and can we slap it back down and go make two new lows? Yes, but we don't control that. Trend structure is what I can rely on consistently. And when that last lower high did not make a new low, that it was confirmation for me that we were going to move up higher back to that overnight high. And guess what we did? Now we triggered a new higher high, higher low structure, right? And how do we see that visually? Well, after that reversal here, we put in a high here. We pulled back into what? VWAP, which we talked about. And the 90MA created a higher low. Well, funny because we're now in an uptrend, right? Created a higher low, and now we're seeing higher highs. So it's all trend sequence, and I've been lucky enough to spend a lot of time looking at the screens to identify that over time and align my trades with that. They won't always work out, but so there was a good example of how multi time from trend sequence takes place because you had a 2-minute downtrend that ended into a higher time frame support, which also that support was a 4-hour higher low, right? So I'm buying the 4-hour higher low when the 2-minute 90MA downtrend ends. You guys catch that? I'm combining those two time frames to help me leverage a lower time frame entry into our higher time frame pullback. And in doing so, I can now leverage that entry into a multi-hour trend. And to me, that is just a trifecta. And see if we can take out 4R here so I can partial out.
Psst. XY. Morning.
Morning, y'all.
Yo, how you feeling?
I've got the sniffles. I'm a little sick.
Guys, this guy went to another party after leaving our party.
Where'd you go?
Unsurprisingly, I am sick. Yeah, I was awake for another like 24 hours. I couldn't even sleep on the flight back.
Ooh.
So, go Birds, baby. Yes, yes, Dave. So I'm hanging in there. I'm hanging in there. Does my voice sound a little different right now?
A little deeper than usual, yeah.
I can translate like what I did for Merritt if you like.
Don't take him up on that offer.
Nah, I don't think so.
It does not end well. You know, I can't believe how good Jalen Hurts is as a NFL quarterback. I can't believe it.
Oh, that perfect passer rating, huh? Yeah.
I mean, at Alabama, he could not throw, right?
They'll
He
still say the
obviously
same
has
thing
a
about him
fantastic
now.
mindset. He's a coach's son. He gets it. He's a great leader. He's a great, just you name it, across the board.
Yeah,
Obviously
he
a
gets the
mobile
same
mobile
slander.
QB, tough as nails, not injury prone, but he could not throw. I don't know who taught him how to throw after he left college, but incredible.
Yeah, it's tough being Jalen Hurts in the way of like you can have games where I mean, he outplayed Patrick Mahomes twice in the Super Bowl, but still he can't this, he can't that. He throws a pick, last week, the first pick in like 300 throws, and they're like, oh, look at this. This
Yeah.
guy can't throw.
Well, they do
Right,
the same. The chat does the same stuff to us on here, right?
Yeah, Jalen Hurts, we feel it just like Jalen Hurts. Yeah, it's hard for him, but man, he balled out for sure. I still want the offensive coordinator fired, but that's TBD. No, I'm not from Philly, guys. I'm from LA. I think my Eagles fandom is to an extent well documented by now on the stream.
Yep, we got the bounce in gold. It made sense from that spot, but it's going to be interesting. 300-point range in gold today. That is huge.
Chris, you holding these forever or what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're in an uptrend.
I had the shorts. I had the shorts from VWAP. That's like the 270s all the way down. And then they trailed out my runner. I tried to get short again around this overnight low area, 250s, 260s. Only got like half off right here, and then it just went all the way through. So I was on the other end. I was on the wrong side. And now it's like I can't get long right now. So we'll see what we can do, chat.
Cool.
Maybe a pullback. But all right, my time is done.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Good trading today, Chris. Enjoyed it, brother.
Same. Great gold short. You inspired me like you always do to trade gold. So I'll be
Oh, you know
that.
what? I just realized Merritt got his voice back.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were informing the chat about that little situation.
All right, I'll catch you guys. I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah.
All right.
Good luck, man.
Dude, feel
See
better.
Thanks.
Take care,
Thanks.
guys. Chat. Take care.
Bye, chat.
Yes, take care. Bye.
Chat. Sound like Barry White. So guys, yeah, so unsurprisingly,
Hey, talk dirty to me.
sick. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. They might clip it if I say something, so I'm on my toes. Yeah, I think I got maybe like 4 hours after dinner. Had to get on a flight. It's like a 7-hour travel, maybe 8. Couldn't even sleep on the plane. Got back. to the wedding. I think I logged in about 24 hours, so that'll get me sick for sure. So you guys get the Barry White voice today. Dodgers look like they might be a lock for the World Series. I saw game one versus the Brewers. But honestly, I'm gonna tell you guys, I don't know. I don't really like keep up with baseball. Like the sports, the rules, all that stuff I'm aware of, but I don't really watch it too much. All my friends do. Um, I'm a football, basketball guy. By the way, basketball's back today, baby. So what profile's on the far right? This is an intraday profile, RTH session only. 5-day rolling on my 1 hour. Earlier when I had that short, oh my goodness, right here. This is like a 2-bar pattern with this huge wick doji continuation, and then it just went all the way back. What up, man, dude? Good morning, guys. Kind of look jacked in the ninja group. Yeah, I mean, I didn't gym. I haven't been gymming as much as I should have for sure. Starting like last year, I took a lot of time off the gym. I got super busy, so I'm slowly getting back into the gym and stuff like that. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm jacked though. It's funny. I started working out like 10 years ago to get leaner and lose fat and all that stuff. And I've only come to learn that just building muscle is so much easier than losing fat that I 10 years later, I'm not where I want to be on the lean factor. It's also because my social life involves a lot of eating. You know, you live in LA and you go out, unless you're like partying, like clubbing, drinking, you're just eating, you're just being social. So it makes things a little tough. I am debating along. I don't like that it's balance on NQ, but ES looks stronger. But I'm gonna give this some time to shake out. I want to see what they do. We have quite a ways down on a longer time frame here. I was pretty much aiming for prior week high and back into this volume structure on the 120s. Obviously, my last two trailed out. But I think I got like 70 points on that trade, so wasn't too bad. Yeah, if you're around the SGV, the food's really good. We've got everything. I heard them talking about tacos. I think Chris was like, "Don't tell me Nashville tacos." Nah, no way. LA's got the best tacos unless you're from the actual land of tacos. Over here, we've got everything. I think we've got the best of everything, if I'm gonna be honest, except barbecue. That's for sure, Texas. There's a clear difference. Um, another Edgeful Bitcoin. Rise above IB high. Yeah, so yes, just like ran right through IB high too, and yes and NQ are doing different things for sure. ES would give me the confidence to long NQ. I'm just pretty unsure about this tape right now. It's pretty two-sided up here. So I think for me, when information is pretty conflicted, I try to be as I guess diligent about just not taking positions until things are more clear. So I had two decent shorts. Well, this one was a really nice short, right? New low day from VWAP. This one I got half off. This was maybe like 20 something points, almost 30 points on that size. Wasn't what I wanted. I wanted a continuation lower, but we're paid nicely today, so we'll see what happens here. I would be more open to a move, trying to find a move back through NQ if ES wasn't doing what it does now. It's building higher. and I am pretty wary of longs because of NQ's profile. So it's really conflicting today. I'm just glad I got the earlier trades. Dude, I don't know if you guys saw that tweet. Us, I think Jade posted that photo of us all with the cup, and this guy was like, I thought it was Jade Cap standing next to Jade Cap. Dude, that post was so funny. Me and him, we talked for a while. Got to know each other better and stuff like that. He's a cool dude. Yeah, I think everyone there was very down to earth. I think when you meet people, you can have whatever reputation you have on the internet and stuff like that, or whatever celebrity status, but at the end of the day, people were people, right? No one, yeah, it's easy to get along with everybody. It's awesome. It's awesome to see. That's funny. Building muscle burns fat, absolutely, yes. And then you can eat it back. Weak pizza. I don't know, man. There's some pretty good pizza spots. Well, I like New York pizza, so that's kind of my gauge. There are a lot of really good pizza spots. I don't know if you've been to like Prime Pizza. I thought it's really good. I think it's really good. Prime Pizza might be my number one in LA. Fast during the day, eat at night. Yeah, I do that sometimes. I actually all the time. I don't really eat breakfast, just like normally. I'm just used to that. So it's like an accidental intermittent fasting. Both speak Spanish, both speak Chinese. Chat, in case you didn't know, I don't speak Chinese. There was this guy one time who kept typing to me in like Mandarin or something, thinking that I'd be able to read it, and I actually cannot read it. I am not Chinese. But that was funny. For right now, I would rather be long bias, yeah, so taking this long here, but still it's kind of dicey with NQ. Now I'm regretting not just taking it, obviously in hindsight, but tape is really interesting here. Could have taken it on smaller size. We'll see. We got Euro close in about 20 minutes. So yeah, there's that Mandarin again. And everyone's typing at me in Mandarin. Do I agree with Mayor on the whole moving stop thing? What was his thing about moving stops? Yeah, while we're trying to stalk something, you guys can feel free to ask questions and we'll try to run through things the way I see it at least. Oh, Jade does not speak Mandarin? Well, I did ask him. He is full Chinese, so how's my day going? It's going all right. I got sick because of the weekend, but what was a timepiece I was repping at Ninja Meetup? Oh, it was a Cartier Santos rose gold on leather. A lot of Cartier there. I did see a lot of Cartier. Shy was rocking the Cartier. Tanya was rocking the Cartier. JLC? No, I wasn't the JLC. I do like the Reverso though. I think I do want to grab me a Reverso. The prices went up a lot on those things because they bumped the MSRP, but yeah, I do like the Reverso. Yeah, now we've got Vietnamese. Yeah, baby. Yes, I do speak Vietnamese. I just read your message now. I'm fluent. That's not what Merritt says. If you wanted to catch the big moves, showing your stall will get you out. I still don't. So in short, Merritt said that you shouldn't trail, you should trail. I don't see an answer here. Two attempts up at these highs. Oh, my bad, guys. I hit the mute. Yee. No, I'm not going to the Laker game. I think LeBron's out for like half a month, something like that anyway. I'm not even a Laker fan. I was saying I wanted to get a short on NQ like earlier, but ES is above the high node and or in the high node still. And sometimes I always look at this kind of stuff and it keeps me out of stuff like say NQ just dumps it, right? And I missed it because of ES, where I could have just taken it if I only saw NQ. Those things will happen, and you just got to live with it. If you want to look at both markets, you got to live with it, or both indices at least. Yeah, my bad, guys. But no, I'm not a Laker fan. I'm a San Antonio fan. I know I'm a mutt. I live in LA. I don't care about LA sports except the Dodgers because if they win at home, I get Panda Express at a discount. So yeah. But I'm really excited about basketball being back. All right, ES is gonna come back into the 70s here. Uh, and I'll wait for it. Well, yeah, the NQ shorts were good, but ES was telling me a different story, so I couldn't do it. But that's why the tape made it tricky too. I'm seeing NQ at the highs. ES is trading high node. It can't go under. But that tape was a little iffy, honestly. A lot of selling is coming through, and it kept me out of longs. And where the market was trading kept me out of shorts. What can you do? Also, this way down is quite big. There's a lot of thin volume. They did fill a lot of Globex and stuff, but it's pretty thin on the way down, so could get a retest at some point. Would have been an awesome short, but it also helps that I'm sitting on P&L, so I'm not as anxious to take a trade. Yeah, I appreciate that, John Morocco. Sometimes things are a little like, I don't know about this, and then you know. Let's see. ES. Yeah, I don't think I want longs. I don't think I want longs. So what's going to happen is either the market continues to bid and it just keeps running without me, which is totally fine, or we can get a reoffer. Again, I am in no hurry to take any positions. We do have another higher low here coming off of this little sell. ES market bounce here would be perfect for ES too. Let's see. Cartier dealer makes stuff for people like Oprah, goes hunting. Yeah, I don't know if that's like vintage Cartiers, but I love vintage Cartiers. I was talking to someone in Naples about vintage car. Oh, I think it was Jim. I think Jim's got a vintage Cartier or something like that. We were talking about it. Well, you guys don't know about Jim, but Jim's the big boss man. I confirmed it for myself in Naples. Yeah, Jim's the man. We all have a good idea about it, but Jim's definitely the man. Yeah, baby, I definitely cannot read that. No. What is that? Like Arabic? If you want to get the big moves, you can't move your stop every time it moves a little. Well, yeah, that's definitely true. I do think it's definitely true. If you want the big moves, you can't just be tightly trailing stuff. If I'm tightly trailing, it's my move has already played out and I'm ready to be taken out, or the market continues to really run. But that's where I'm happy with it. If you want the big move and you trail it tightly and it takes you out and it goes without you, like you'd be a fool to be upset about that, and that's your own fault. So I agree with that. I have not been to Vietnam. Chat, no. You need to get better about holding trades longer. You need to get better with day trades turning to longer swings. I wouldn't say need to. I wouldn't say it's not beneficial, but I'm pretty bad at holding trades and I do just fine. Just don't compare your trading to other people's trading. To actively manage a long-term investment portfolio. Long-term is just you hold it. Yeah. I just buy and I hold it. I don't really um actively do much. Yeah. PTT releasing this week? Maybe. Website's being worked on finally. So perhaps I'm gonna look at maybe trying to get in an offer here. Range is pretty narrow. I won't try to get too crazy with TPs. We'll see if this is the reoffer. Um, Watching this tape, they are bidding, but they haven't really gained too much ground, so we'll see. Yeah, I'm scratching on it. Actually, I didn't even wanted to scratch, but I think I just took $700 of a loss. Take a shot long. Last shot long. Yeah, this long should be okay. We'll see. I was giving them a chance to offer that, but they're not doing a good job, so I'm out. I can't read that either. What is that, Russian? Nope. 79s and ES has a lot of offer lifting that's not moving right now. I'll give it another shot here. I'm gonna only do 3 for now. Since it's giving me the same information as earlier. Didn't work out too great earlier. I'm gonna do 3. If it really starts to slide, we'll look for some ads, but for now, I'll keep it a little light. Want to get some good continuation on the sell side. There is a pretty jumpy bid. ES's tape looks good. If only NQ could do what ES is doing, that'd be nice. All right, so we got 2 more on there. We're in for 5 now. I think I'll keep it here. At 5, if it washes, we'll start to peel off. We'll see. The tape is still pretty negative. There's just a lot of absorption on bid, so it's really tricky. So I'm hopping in with the selling on the tape. There's a chance they won't get what they want and they will die. But as long as they're going to try to aggressively sell this spot right here for a reoffer, I'm going to stick with it. Tape is still negative. ES is working lower back into that range. Would love to see NQ follow suit. So ES tape is doing well for this trade. Just need NQ to get along with it. So ES's node up top built, lost it. They tried to get back into it and they are not able to do so. It adds extra weight for my NQ short. They're trading back into the main distribution from the morning now. That should be a failed break. Keyword should. Crazy things happen in these markets. Still trying to sell this NQ here. They are not making this easy. ES is seeing a lot of buying now. Yeah, it's probably going to take me out. All right, let's see. Alex, first day trading futures. Made 1 trade. Welcome to the party. Try to last as long as you can. That's the name of the game. What is hyperglottiness? I don't even know what that means. NQ been hard to trade. When NQ is pretty shitty to trade, I do look at other markets, but it hasn't really been that way for too long. I think in 2023, I had everything. I was like NQ, ES, gold, oil, the euro, the yen, nat gas. 2023 was super slow in the indices. I am married, yes. I am married. When do we get yesterday's prize money? I have no idea. I'm not the one in charge of that. When is my playbook coming out? Whenever our new website guy fixes the stuff that's broken. It's all downhill from here. Yeah, I married last December. But we've been together for like 10 years up to that point, so not much has changed. I would say so in a good way. Everyone's always like, "Oh, how's it being married?" I'm like, "Well, I mean, when you're together that long, it's the same thing now. Now you're just married." Down the bottom, tape reader. It's called the tape reader from Orderflow Labs. It is free, so if you guys want to check it out, orderflowlabs.com, free. Pretty good. Our odds of success are like quadruple. Yeah, yeah, JS. Honestly, yeah, nothing has changed since, which is what we had hoped for. And because of that, yeah, it's all good. There's no surprises. I mean, after 10 years, what surprises could there have been? So yeah, it's all good. I'm happy. Married 13 years, so 23 years. Is that what you're saying? How do you trade trend up days? I actually had a long thing in the playbook about that. Trend up days map out market structure. So have your inputs, right? A trend day for me, it would commonly be like price opens. It could be price opens around VWAP and just shoots away from it. EMAs could be sloped. On a high time frame, you're not in a balance anymore. You're discovering new prices. You're moving towards a new range, things like that. So on the intraday, you're going to form all kinds of market structure. You can use price, you can use volume profile. But for me, I use a volume profile. And if it's still building as it goes up, you have to just get long or get out of it. Because that means interest is only moving higher. If it cannot lose another node on the way down, the move is not done. The up move is not done. They have not found enough supply. And the pullbacks will be very shallow. So what I would do is I would just keep getting in on those pullbacks until the structure breaks. Because over time I realized it never really does. And if you're going to assume that structure is going to break, you're just simply going to lose money. But on the flip side, if you get along with structure over and over and over, you can keep making money all damn day. Is Orderflow Labs a paid indicator? Not the tape reader, no. They do have other ones that are paid. There is a whole suite of tools that are free, not paid. D Brown says, "I'm having such a bad day." I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, lucky for me, I mean, my short idea worked out earlier pretty nicely, so I have a lot of padding. But even right now, like they tried to sell this thing pretty hard. They failed it pretty hard. I would not be interested in shorts anymore, not even at these highs. This spoke to me for sure. I was trying to get this reoffer for a continuation short because there was so much selling. And the fact that they held all that selling and are able to push price higher now, I am not interested in fading buy side after that. Damon, hey, life's a gamble, man. You know, what does tape reader show? It's the time in sales. So if it's blue right here, there's a lot more offer lifting, like ask trades at the ask on the tape, and then vice versa. This is trades at the bid. So bid hitting on the tape, it would show like this. So it's like an aggregate. Do I ever scale in? Yeah, all the time. The more volatile and whippy a market is, the more I'm utilizing like a scale in approach. How do I keep losses so small? Just keep the stops small. Uh, it's two things, right? I don't want to say it's like this, it's a skill, like, oh, there's a skill to doing something like that. It all started for me, and it still is. It's because like that's just the way I need it to be mentally. If I let a trade give me too much heat, things start to unravel, right? There could be hopium for the trade. Now I'm holding longer than I should have, stuff like that. What's always worked best for me is just to cut it. So like as Pax would say, you're right or you're right out. It has to be that way for me because every time I'm holding into further drawdown, I'm always like, why didn't I should have just cut it earlier? Like, why am I even holding this? Because everyone's always thinking of it in a way of like, when you cut that, it's a loss. You take the loss. To me, it's just taking the risk off. Get my chips off this table. It sucks. It's cold. Because I re-enter trades, and if I re-enter at a different spot, you're gonna make up for that position, right? Because you took the risk off already. It can't continue to go against you. So when you get a re-entry or something like that, you can just make up for that much more easily. But if you're holding on, so some people like to like average in and they're adding to losers. At that point, as the market's going against you, that initial size is constantly bleeding your account. So to me, it's the idea of just plugging the bleeding. It's not like, oh, if you book it now, it's going to be booked as a loss. Like, who cares, right? It's going to keep bleeding. You need to just stop the bleeding. So that's my whole mental thing about really tight stops is, hey, look, if it's not doing what I think it should be doing, I want to take my chips right off. We'll reassess, and your winners will more than pay for them, even after a sequence of losses. You just have to trust it, which is always the hard part. Over time, you'll get proof of concept. It'll be easier for you to trust these things. Could you please tell me what you're usually recommending for tick compression and Q? My candles are 1 minute. I don't use volume. My candles are 1 minute candles. For NQ Dom, I like a 2 tick compression. Daniel, good morning, Daniel. It's always nice to see you in the chat. What's my normal win rate, risk reward? These days, I don't know. I honestly haven't like journaled too much. I could tell you profit factor. Profit factor is around like 1.8 on my usual like trade to trade. I think like a daily standpoint. But also those stats are really tricky, right? Some people will tell you they have like crazy win rate, crazy RR, but it's like a day or two or a whole week. But if you stretch all their data out to, you know, maybe like a month, those things change. So there could be a week where my profit factor is like 13, right? But come on. Pick to the tick with small stops. So James, what you can do is you can just be greedier with the entries. If someone is very adamant on small stops, you can trade via your stop. Choose your invalidation point. Say you only want to risk 10. You put your entry 10 from that. And you see if the market picks you up or it doesn't. It's not up to you anymore. Yeah. What's the widest stop I'll take? Infinite. I don't have one. In February, March, when it was super crazy, I think my widest stop was almost 40 points. Do I have red days all the time? All the time. I think last two Thursdays ago, maybe 2 Wednesdays ago. I think it was a Wednesday. I don't remember. That was a red day. Live here on stream. Mahakanashi cleans up the action for me. I'm gonna execute off of order flow anyway, so clean action is good. Normally I would not be against longs here, but ES is still not trading. ES is doing what I expected NQ to do earlier right now. So now NQ is flipping it and being the more bullish one, and it's still conflicting. I can't do anything. But ES is doing what I wanted NQ to do. So I still would rather take short side opportunities. Just there's no one that's that great yet. That's such a funny question. Do I have red days? Red days are a very natural thing because we can't control the market. No, Ryan, I don't, but it's something that we're working on. It's something that we're definitely working on. And when available, it will be up on my screen and we can just watch the Dom for hours together. Red days are mandatory? Yeah, they really are. Is the green streak still alive? I think the one you're talking about is dead. 2 weeks ago. The I think it was a Wednesday. I don't remember. If anyone in chat remembers, it's there. But we're on to a new one. So yes, there is one. Maybe 2 weeks old or something like that. We'll see how long it lasts. Stop viewing, yeah, pull stack and chill. Yeah, hopefully soon. Um, yeah, we'll do some configuring and then it'll be right here next to price and yeah. What's up, Sai? It's been a while. It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. And Tapik, talking about the pull stack on the Dom. ES still trying to climb back through that low volume area. There's a chance that ES's profile can fill in to look like NQ's not too long from now. We are still in a 100-point range, so there's honestly, I don't really interact with this kind of stuff. I apologize that there's not more trading on the stream today, but well, I wouldn't recommend anyone do it with this anyway. Is it even worth trading the Asia Open if you're already trading New York Open? Well, I think there's different opinions. My opinion is pretty extreme about Globex. I don't open my charts for Globex. Absolutely not. I don't trade Globex. I don't care what it does. I don't care about what I'm missing out on. if things are happening. I'll trade a little bit in the New York session, and that's it for me. It just moves too slow. But plenty of people make plenty of money. So yeah. Can I go ahead and move the market? I tried. It didn't work out. I had the shorts in this spot. It did not work out for me. Big Dave. Yeah, there's a NinjaTrader mobile app, and there's a DOM on it now, which it looks pretty cool. It looks pretty clean. But when I use the DOM, I want to see stuff like Delta or the bid ask. Recent bid ask is huge for me. I use the full stack. So yeah, those things are important too. Yeah, ES is probably going to fill into a balanced profile at this point. It's just been filling out that low volume spot between the two nodes. Look at this 2-bar sequence on the 1 hour. This is about to close very strong here. So we've got a really strong reversal bar, almost engulfing, right? And this bar is a really, really good continuation bar. Came down to a little under half the range, and it's going to close back up. Get out of the way. Get long or be wrong, I think. Yeah, the Naples meetup was wild, guys. These guys, they could not stop making money. And I'm like, are you trading on your phone? They're like, yeah, yeah. Showing me their positions. They're like huge in profit. Jim knows. And I'm like, close that, close that. Take the money, take the money. Yeah, they're using the mobile app and they just can't stop making money. You're being surrounded by really good traders was very interesting. You had me, right? I had the morning stream on Thursday, made my money, didn't pull the charts anymore, traded like a tiny bit. I had like a 2-minute trade on Friday, a 2-minute long trade, closed everything. And it could be sporadic throughout the day. These guys are like, oh, check this out, check this out. They're just making money on their phone. It's crazy. At some point, Pax was like, you guys trading right now on your phones? You guys looking at the market? You guys are crazy. And then like 2 seconds later, like, well, what price are we trading right now? Pax is insane, man. I love it. Stream side, no, absolutely not. That's not what I am trading the close, but I'm not trading through to the close. No. What happened to gold? You'd have to ask somebody else. Nope, we're coming back up. So ES, really nice hold at the open there. 2 attempts NQ right here, higher low. Can I get back to this? And the market's got its answer. Do you find it real cool to hang with other traders, or is it more annoying that might be the introvert thing? I thought it was really cool because it didn't feel too much like, oh, like you have to utilize so much of a social battery because we've been interacting together for so long already. It's been like 7 months, but it feels like so long with everybody on the network. And with like Leo couldn't make it, but with Stowe and Nick, it's been years. So it felt natural. It didn't really feel like, oh, you're just meeting people for the first time, which is really interesting. And we're all, I guess, old enough to kind of like not, I could slow it down when I want. I can just kind of like chill out, pull away from things when I wanted to, right? We had some downtime. We'd go back to our rooms, just chill out for a bit, or like, no one's like, it's too early to go to bed. That crazy shit when you're younger. So that was cool. Just everything we were able to do things at our own pace. It wasn't too crazy. It was chill. Um, a lot of like just getting to know each other. Not a crazy environment. And they spoiled us. They really did. It was awesome. They know how to throw a party. That's for sure. So it made it a lot easier. Didn't have to feel like you had to be a certain version of yourself or anything like that. I am just the same person I am through and through, and it's okay, right? I think that's the biggest thing. You don't have to like put on a face or anything like that. Everyone's real. It's not common, even like outside the trading space, to find that environment where you could just be real and everyone else is real, assuming. Um, but I think yeah, after a certain age too, you just stop caring. It's like, hey, I am who I am. It is what it is. And yeah, you attract what you attract. And misery loves company. If you're just a negative, miserable person, that's what you'll get. If you're chill, you'll, you know, attract chill people and you guys will get together and stuff like that. Jim is for real, man. Jim, he's chill. He's chill, but he's the man. Like you cannot not get along with Jim. And if you can't, that's your problem. You've got problems. That's just how it is. If you can't get along with Jim, you've got real issues. You should see somebody. He's awesome. Yeah, I had a great time. I had a great time. They put us up in a good situation for sure. What about Chris? I'm guessing he had a good time. Me and him traveled together to Naples. We aligned on our flights to Naples. So we got there together. Oh yeah, Jim. Yeah, he's for sure awesome. Thanks, Mr. Deck. Yeah, I mean, sorry, I couldn't get into any of these trades, guys. It's just not within my system. Um, but we'll see. We'll see what the afternoon brings, if anything. I was able to use the lounges. No, we actually didn't have enough time to really just go to a lounge and do nothing. So the timing, we had some pretty good timing. Good morning, Shy. Yeah, we had fun, man. I got to see where Shy sits when she does the market reports and talks about the Bitcoin. Got to pretend I was Shy for a sec. What surprised me most? What surprised me most? What surprised me most? I don't know, but I see that in a good way. There were no surprises, which means what I had hoped for and expected conveyed as reality. I think I think that
Yo,
was. Oh, hey Jim. Good morning.
dude, you made it back.
Dude, I am assed out. I am so tired, but I am alive. Yes.
Oh my God. Great time. It was great meeting you, man, for sure.
I heard you guys stayed up even later when I went to bed. So I was like, yeah, we hung out till like
Oh,
3 in the lobby. We were just hanging out. I was like, yeah, I would have loved to, but geez. Yeah.
yeah. It was like we hung out late. It was almost like 3 in the morning and out by the pool. Everybody had early flights, but they didn't care. And I was like, that's like when all the true confessions come out.
Yeah, I hate that I missed it.
I know. I
Next
love you,
time I won't
man.
have a
No,
wedding
I
that I
love you
gotta get to.
more.
Yeah, I'll be at the next one.
Yeah. No, it was awesome, man. It was good times. It was good meeting you. And by the way, everybody's listening. XYZ is in like the best shape of anybody that was there. He's a cross between an Olympic freestyle wrestler and a gymnast. I'm like, oh my God, is this guy in great shape?
Jim's making me blush. You gotta chill
No,
out, Jim. You're making me blush.
it's true, man. It's true. Oh man.
Did I
Well, we're
take the
looking.
row with me? No, I didn't have space, but they were nice.
Yeah, it was a great event for sure. And I told the guys earlier, it's a you know someone's online persona, and then when you meet in person, and that person's even a better person than you imagined, that's an awesome event. Awesome group of people.
Yeah, it was so fun. Honestly, everyone was super down or super chill, easy to talk to. There was no like, I don't know. It was just very organic and it makes it easier. And it just, makes you look forward to the next time.
Yeah. And by the way, Deli knows how to throw a party.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So it's like, what's Deli better at? Throwing a party or being a trader? I mean, they're both number one. It's like I don't know what to pick.
I don't know. We need him to throw more parties to get better data. We
Yeah.
got to get more data on that.
Yeah. So it was awesome to meet everybody. But
I
anyway,
will say this. It was
yeah.
insane. I think it's a huge thing that, people can sit on here and talk about how Delhi, like he really values relationships and he's a people person before like it's all business and this and this, but he took the time during our dinner to go around the entire table. This is almost 30 people.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just like, hey, thanks for being on. Hey, you're great. Hey, this and this. He gave very personalized speeches that spanned, it was more than a minute, maybe two, maybe three. I don't even know. But he went around the entire room and gave very personalized speeches, takes on every single person on the network, production, content, everything, back end. And that said a lot to take the time not only to do so, but you have to prepare for that. He didn't use a phone. He didn't read off of anything. It had to have been prepared over time, and he took the time to do that. And it was long enough that by the time we finished dinner, I looked at my time. I looked at the time and I looked at Nick. I was like, "Is it really 10:30 right now?" Because I had plans to be in bed at 10.
Yeah, it was very impressive for sure. I mean,
Yes.
it took. I'll tell you how long it took. Well, yeah, two martinis worth. That's how long it took.
I don't even know how much. Yeah, I had a few. I mean, we had the Camus. We had
I'm talking about the speech.
oh yeah. I think two glasses of Camus by then for me. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was awesome.
yeah, it was great. It's great. We're looking forward to doing one of these days a similar thing with everybody in the NinjaTrader community, all the folks following us in the chat, all the folks listening to us online. So hopefully someday soon we'll be doing all that and meeting all yous.
Yeah.
Jeff says 12 minutes. Something like that. No, it was about 30 minutes. It was good. Any event, XYZ, you're coming back this afternoon, right?
Yes, with Leo.
You and Leo, the big cat, will be here trading the close. Me and Shai we'll kick it off and do me and Shai stuff. 2:30 start back to normal. So thanks, XYZ. Let's give XYZ that thumbs up before he gets out of here. And that subscription button is sitting there ready to be pressed, everybody. So don't be shy. Oh, good idea. All right. So we're going to do a
Better share, Jim.
super
I'll see you guys later,
quick.
chat.
Thanks, XY. Seriously, that guy is super cool. All right, real quickly here. E-mini S&P. Let's check this out. Interesting. We have a really tight range here today, right? The daily range has only been 28 points or 28 handles, as we say. The ATR for 14 days has been 93. So we're not even close. We're way, way shy of that. 30% of it to be exact. The other thing I kind of mentioned, I have a little rectangle here right above JAX2. JAX2 is at 67.75. And look at this. Every single 30-minute candle since 7:30 has traded through that price. I know that's not the official point of control, but this is competing for price happiness, that rectangle right there. Are we going to see it in the next 30-minute candle? I don't know, but short of a breakout, I'm going to go out on a limb and say yes. Now, we are kind of above the initial balance right now, so we'll see what happens going forward. That is the story of E-mini S&P. I want to go to the Bitcoin too, because this makes for some interesting charting, especially in a long term on a daily chart. Let's pull that up. So we're back in this consolidation range. Remember this consolidation range we drew all the way back at the end of August, August 20th, 21st, something like that. And that was kind of a big range, though, right? But Bitcoin does move a lot. We'll just round it up to 118,000, bottom 108,000. I'm sorry. And we're kind of back into the middle of it almost. So what I did is I just drew a real simple fib for high to low just to see where we're at. We retraced past that 31.8% retracement and past above that 8 EMA. So this is a pretty good level right here to say, okay, maybe we have potential to get up to that 50% and break both the 21 and the 50 EMA. Stochastics are crossing up as well. No wick at the top of the candle today. Even though we have a gamma condition is negative, my guess is it might change a little bit tomorrow. We'll find out from our friends at Mentor Q. And let's look at this intraday chart. Almost hit that one-day max. Almost hit that one-day max. This is the gift that keeps on giving from Mentor Q when you have big trend days, and that's what we have right here ever since we had this initial balance breakout, and we are on the rise. No sellers in frame right now. Gold, real quick. Someone was asking about gold. Let's do gold. This isn't. So I talked about this earlier this morning, and we're going to find out a little bit more today. This is a pretty big. This is a pretty big red candle here. Right now, gold's down, what, $200? This is, we haven't seen this, I think, since, I'm going to go out on a limb and say 2013. We haven't seen a move this big in gold. So it's been a long period of time. We broke through that 8 EMA. We tagged at 31.8 as well. Now, open interest has been negative Thursday, negative Friday, negative Monday. What does that mean? Well, that means there's less open positions, which means people are either covering or they're getting in. Well, in this case, it looks like they're covering longs. Shorts, remember, when you're short, you're a buyer, right? You're a buyer when you're short. So the hedgers and the commercials have to adjust. So as a result, though, we have this big sell-off here as well. I'm going to keep an eye on that open interest. You can get it from the CME group and other places as well to see if we continue to be negative. And at this point in time, I'm thinking that's going to push us down a little bit lower. I got the 50% retracement right there. Lastly, I just wanted to talk really quickly about the new Edgeful tool that I don't know if we could show it now real quickly, Mission Control or not. It's an overall daily bias indicator. There it is, and you can see it's color coded, right? We got green, we got red, and basically, real quickly, this tracks the top 15 weighted stocks in the S&P and the Nasdaq. And there's a calculation involved, and it gives us a kind of a clear picture of bias or sentiment, and it uses 4 key Edgeful reports. It uses the opening candle continuation report. It uses the initial balance report. It uses the IB by rejection report, and then previous day's range. And it does some math, calculates that out, and gives us this really cool color-coded kind of sentiment indicator. And it's right. This is going to be kind of important. It'll help us with our bias going forward, and we're going to be showing this. It really calculates and kicks in at 10:30 East Coast time after that initial balance is over. So look for that on the NinjaTrader live stream at the top. Edgeful, you can learn more, edgeful.com. Edgeful only has one L at the end. Jeff says, how low does gold have to go before it's limited? Good question. I'll do some research at lunch and I'll let you know this afternoon. Don't know off the top of my head. All right. Having said all that, folks, thank you everybody for the thumbs up, for the subscriptions. We had a great morning as usual. We appreciate everybody in this community being totally awesome. Thank you for being with us. We're going to come back strong, 2:30 East Coast time. In the meantime, have a nice relaxing lunch and we will see you soon.